I'm getting a call from Chris Neff right now, who's a very popular podcaster. Let's give him an answer here. Hey, what's up, Chris? How's it going, dude?
Not much. When did you change your name to Cult Meeting?
On Instagram?
Yeah.
Well, my handle is still Keaton Hudema, but Cult Meeting is my website, cultmeeting.com.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm actually streaming on X right now. There's not many viewers, but I'm just trying to figure out a couple things here.
Okay.
I wanted to give you a call and see if you'd be interested in this podcast called Dopey. Have you heard of Dopey?
No. What is it?
Dopey Podcast is a very popular podcast. It's probably the number one podcast of drug stories. And so he brings people on. I know that you used to have a past in drugs, right?
Yeah.
And I'm sure you have a bunch of interesting stories related to that.
Got a few.
Yeah, he's a cool dude. I'm actually going to be going on there probably next week sometime. And
Is it on YouTube?
yeah, he's on YouTube, he's on Spotify and all that shit. And
Can you send me a link and I can check it out?
yeah, dude.
Remind me again, where are you at?
I'm out in Phoenix right now.
Gotcha. I heard it's fucking hot there, man.
Dude, it is. That's an understatement. It's fucking crazy here. But I think it's about to turn a corner. Hopefully, in a couple months, it'll start to cool down a bit. But yeah, I wanted to ask you about the Dopey thing because I think he'd be pleased with someone of your caliber being on there. I think he'd find your podcast very entertaining as well. So
Send me a link. Let me check it out, and then I'll see if I think it's a good fit for me. I just want to check it out. You know?
Absolutely. Yeah, I think you will be interested in it. But
What have you been up to?
Well, I've been trying to get this streaming thing going. It seems like X is a underrated platform for streaming right now. But I'm trying to figure out Streamlabs and sort of what's going on with it. But I've also been wondering where you've been at, dude.
So here's what's been going on with me. The podcast, which I love doing, we realized we should have gone with video. And the problem is I was spending too much money to get the scripts done. Because when I first started, I did them, and I did like 5 of them. And I was like, I don't have fucking 15 to 20 hours to do this. So I started outsourcing it. And, cost me anywhere between $250 to $500 a script. And because we weren't getting enough numbers, and to be honest, money is so fucking tight right now. Not just me, but Dave. Dave lost his job. So he's been going job to job to job. My company's dead slow because I don't know if you heard, but I work in TV and film production, and I have a rental business, but all of my business goes to Hollywood. And these producers in Hollywood, they don't want to pay the below the line people that I work with, like set decorators and buyers. So they're sending all the work out of state because they don't want to pay health insurance for the union, which is called IATSE. So there's 2 locals. There's one in LA and there's one in New York, and they're supposedly going to strike at the end of the month if they don't come to a collective bargaining agreement. So everybody's kind of in this wait-and-see mode to see what's going to happen. But as a result, I'm not getting business. Or I'm getting business and they don't have the money, so you send them a quote and they're like, yeah, it's too expensive. So I don't know what that means moving forward, but I've been in business for like 15 years. So I know I'll survive. I've had down years, but this is like my worst down year in probably 10, 12 years. So it's just a hustle, dude, you know? And, you know, Dave's just trying to find work. He can't find anything. And it's just, California's a mess right now, man.
That's what I've been hearing. But I would argue that creatively, I don't know about this year, but at least the last couple of years for you with Down on the Docks, dude,
Yeah.
you fucking nailed it with just that premise and the model that you have for that. I think it's entertaining as shit, dude.
Oh, man, that means a lot. I think our plan is to eventually take it to video, but what I want Dave to be in a good place where he's not stressing about money, because he is, and more importantly, I've been working on my stand-up, so I can try and get some eyes on me that way, so then I could bring somebody in, bring more viewers into the doc and or listeners. But I've been getting up 6 nights a week. So I get out of work, I go to a show, I don't get home till like 1. I go to sleep at 5, and then I get up at noon and I go to work. But I've been writing a crazy amount of material, and at some point I'm going to go back to the clubs in LA and see if anybody's interested in, you know, recording an hour. But, you know, it's like I had to just start fresh from scratch and, you know, write every day and then memorize and then go do these shows, and it just takes it out of you. And I was like, fuck it. I need to be able to do stand-up because it makes me happy, but I don't want to go back to the clubs until my material's on point. And, you know, I've been writing like 5 minutes of new material a week since September. But you take that bit, you got to go put it up 5 or 6 times, see if it works, you know?
Right.
But I need to get back in to the good clubs to see if anybody's interested in my material, so I can try and get, you know, a Netflix special or an Amazon, you know?
Right.
So that's what I'm focused on right now.
Dude, you can make it happen. And, I mean, I haven't watched much of your stand-up, to be honest, but if it's anything like your podcast, you're gonna nail it.
Well, I'll send you some clips if you're interested in seeing what I'm working on. But I am purposefully not clipping material and putting it out there because I don't want to eat into my material. You know?
Right.
It's like my goal is to go back to the store, go back to the Improv, go back to the factory in the fall with this material and see if anybody is interested in it. You know, because I've been fucking fine-tuning this shit. And I am doing an hour in August. So I'm going to record that. But I don't want to go self-record and then try and sell to a network. What I want to do is get back in the clubs, get a little heat, and I've got some really good friends that have their own deal with Netflix. And they're super successful in producing, but they're not on the comedy side. But get them to come see me. And I went to college with one of these guys and say, hey, can you send a comedy development person out to come see me? So that's my plan that I'm working on. But I'm not going to burn my material by putting it out online. You know what I mean?
No, that's very smart. Unless it's some kind of crowd work thing that could go viral. Yeah, I don't know how into crowd work you are. Yeah, so if that's not your thing, then there's no reason not to just sit on it and wait for an opportunity. You know?
Well, and I do tons of crowd work when I'm on the road. Like if I'm doing an hour, yeah, fuck yeah, I'll do crowd work. But around town, I am just hitting spots doing, you know, anywhere between 5 to 12 minutes, but I'm just working bits. And, you know, what I think has happened to comedy is that it's died because influencers have come out, they've taken over the clubs, you know, like the San Diego Comedy Club or American Comedy Club, they'll book anybody in there that's got TikTok followers, but they're not stand-ups. And then you see all this crowd work that's going out, and it's shit. And crowd work is an art form into itself, but at the end of the day, the buyers and sellers of comedy aren't going to buy crowd work sets. They're going to buy well-crafted material. You know what I mean?
Right. That would be more of like a TikTok, YouTube sort of sensation thing with the crowd work.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
But I've been doing stand-up for 20 years, but, you know, during the pandemic, I stopped, and I took 3 years off, and I was like, fuck, I got to get back to it. And, you know, I did an album in 2013, but it was audio only. So in the last, you know, year, I cranked out 2 hours of material just by doing material, writing every day. So I'm in the groove. I want to stay in the groove as long as I can. But then I need to go back to the clubs where quality people can see me, and then call in some favors from some people I know and say, hey, can you get the development side out to come see me? Because I've been hustling and working these bits. So, yeah, I want to go back to the podcast, but at the same time, I got to create my own avenue and get some heat on me because of my material.
Yeah, and it's only a matter of time, dude. Like, you are one of my top 3 up-and-comers right now who is just going to explode out of like, I know you're going to fucking explode at some point. So, and I've probably had as much podcast listening time as anyone in the last 10 years.
Right.
You are one of the big talents right now that's going to pop off at some point. So
I appreciate that, dude.
I'm excited for you.
I would love to send you some video and to get your feedback on my material if you're interested.
Oh, absolutely. And since you're discussing all this writing you've been doing as of late, I've been calling pretty much whatever influential people I can lately, and as a icebreaker, like I just called Andy Dick and probably got like a half hour from him the other day. But the icebreaker I've been asking about, what is your take on this fucking Trump shooting that just happened?
So here's the thing. I don't do political material, and I never have. But I can tell you my honest take is I believe it was an assassination attempt. I believe the fucking kid acted alone as of now, but it's way too early to tell. But I would not be surprised if it was a conspiracy by the opposing party. I don't think the Republicans had anything to do with it.
Right. Yeah, and I'm actually on the same page with you. It seems like just this crazy kid got lucky, got an opportunity that he wanted, and something terrible happened. So, yeah, it's too early to tell. We're gonna have to hear more that comes out. Maybe in a couple years we'll have a solid story about it, but who the fuck knows?
Yeah, but then again, we probably won't know till 2085 because they'll fucking close the files like they did the JFK files, which we still haven't got the full release from.
This is JFK Part 2. It ticks all the boxes, right? Of just the perfect little conspiracy, the new perfect conspiracy.
And I could talk JFK all day long and give you my opinions on that and my theories, but this is too fresh. But it's the government. Are we ever really going to know the fucking truth? Probably not.
Right. It's all speculation. Anybody who pretends that they know, it's just ridiculous.
They're just out for views and clicks, man.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's going to be wild whatever happens with the rest of this race. But I'm so checked out of the political scene because I remember when Trump was in office and I would watch the news and I'd watch every night, and I don't want to go back to that person where the daily news is, a part of my life. Watching and obsessing about what this fucking weirdo's done or hasn't done. So no matter who wins, I'm not going to fucking make it a part of my life. Because I need my free time is so precious. I gotta create.
Yeah, your life is for you, and I've actually noticed that about you. You've been very wise with your optics and how you've kind of avoided all the bullshit. And
Oh, I do not get involved, bro.
no, it's smart. And maybe there will be a documentary that comes out on it one day, and then you can cover it. You know.
Yeah, and like I said, I've also been making lists of docs that I want to cover. And my hope was AI would get so good that I could just be like, hey, give me, what do you call it? Give me a full script for this documentary. And it's just not there yet. And, you know, it takes time to fucking write that shit out and make it clean. And I just don't want to spend the money right now. And more importantly, I don't want to work with Dave until Dave's in a good place, because there's nothing more stressful than working with somebody who's stressing about money. And,
Totally.
you know, he lost his fucking job, and I feel bad for him. But, you know, he's been searching for 4 months and cannot find a fucking single thing to do. And he's talking about working at Taco Bell. And I'm like, bro, you can't work at Taco Bell.
Well, Dave is fucking hilarious. Once you guys' podcast pops off, I hope that you can both just dedicate full time to it, because you couldn't have found a better co-host than that guy. That guy's hilarious.
I love hearing that, because he is who he is. I don't want to change him. And the dynamic, I think, is great, because he's full-blown fucking on the conspiratorial spectrum, and I'm the opposite, and I try and balance it out. You know?
Yeah,
So,
that's perfect. You're kind of the straight man, and he just kind of is able to go off the rails. It's perfect. It really is.
yeah, and I try and rein him in. And then the other thing is, I'm still involved with a lawsuit with Cash Addicts. So,
Are you serious?
that's still... Oh, yeah, dude. I sued them. So, you know, they fucked me over. Once the money started coming in, they didn't want to pay me. And Sam Tripoli's ego is out of his control. And they offered me less than what I invested in it. And after doing a year and a half of work, I said, this is an acceptable offer. So, increase your offer, or I'll see you in court.
Well, I'll tell you what. That show has not been entertaining. I have not even watched it since you left. You made that show, dude. So the value that you would get from that lawsuit is well deserved. You pretty much made that show. Came in at the perfect time when GME was popping off, and you know, you I'm sure you deserve whatever you are seeking there.
I just want what's fair. And you know, we formed an LLC that was a 25% split, and then Evan didn't want to do the show anymore. So when Evan left, we brought Johnny on, and we all agreed to a quarter split. But the problem is, we never signed the actual LLC document, but we were operating under it. So we had a bank account that was attached to the LLC, and we were paying vendors out of the LLC. But then once all that Patreon money started coming in, how we took that money and put it directly into his personal account. And when I found out about that, I fucking flipped.
That's
So I was
absolutely
like, this is not
ridiculous.
right. This needs to go through our bank account. And I was like, this is insane. But the whole reason the podcast imploded was I got a call. I hope you have time, and I'm not telling you all that shit.
I have as much time as you do, man. This is perfect.
So the way it happened was, you remember when Celsius went under?
Yes.
Okay, well, Sam had all of his money in Celsius in an earn account, okay?
Right.
He had 8 Bitcoin in there. So it was basically just like, you guys are fucked. You're not getting this money back. And he had been telling people Celsius is the way to go. So when it went under, I got a call from Howie. And Howie said, I don't think Sam wants to do the podcast anymore. And I said, why? And he goes, because he feels like he's giving bad financial advice, and he's fucking he's cost money to his friends, and he doesn't want to do it. I said, dude, I work 15 hours a week on this podcast, whether it's tweeting or whether it's responding to our fans. And I said, he can not do the podcast, that's fine, but I'm going to continue to do it. So I think everything's normal at that point. And then, do you know who Dana is?
Dana? Was that his wife or something? His girlfriend?
Yeah. So Dana is like 70 years old, right? Sam, it's fucking gross. Sam has been living with her for probably 20 years. Now, I've been close to Dana. I've known Sam for 23 years. Well, once Sam knocked up that stupid chick and had twins, she would call me and she'd be like, I don't know what to do. Should I stay with him? And I'm like, I can't tell you what to do. That's your personal life. But the point is, she hasn't been working for years. And, you know, Sam's paying for her. She's got a gambling addiction. And then, what, on top of that, he's got his kids to pay for. So, Dana calls me that same day after Howie said Sam's doesn't want to do the podcast. And I said, Dana, you got to convince Sam to stay on the podcast, okay? Because there's a synergy between the three of us that works. And she goes, well, Sam feels bad, and, you know, the Celsius thing really hit him hard. And she goes, but we're going to get 50% of it back. And I said, Dana, I don't want to burst your bubble, but that's not what I'm hearing. I'm hearing it's all gone. And she flipped on me. She goes, you wouldn't even be on this podcast if it wasn't for Sam. And I said, excuse me? And she goes, you wouldn't even be on this podcast if it wasn't for Sam. And I go, you're not even involved. I said, we have a partnership and your name is nowhere on these documents. So don't ever fucking talk to me that way. Well, Sam calls me up a couple days later. He says, I'm pissed. And I go, I'm pissed too. I go, I don't want your old fucking lady talking to me that way because she's not involved in any of this.
Right.
You know, it was just that simple. I was like, put a fucking leash on your lady because I ain't going to have her talk to me this way. And then it turned into Johnny calling me saying, Sam's not going to do the show unless you apologize. And I'm like, I'm not apologizing for shit. I do not take shit from Sam's old lady. We have a business agreement, a partnership. All four of us are attached to it. She's not involved. So then I get a call. Johnny's like, okay, so we want to buy you out. And I go, cool. And then, you know, we'd all agreed to 25%. So I said, give me 8% moving forward in perpetuity if I'm not going to be on the show. And they were like, that's too much. And I go, no, it's not. I'm supposed to get 25 and you're taking away my future earning capability. So then Johnny calls me and he says, what if I give you my 5%? And I said, yeah, I'll do that. Well, Sam kiboshed it and said, by the way, Sam never called me because he's such a little pussy. So then Johnny calls and says, Sam's going to offer you $5,000. And I go, dude, I put $5,500 into this shit already. Okay? And now that the money starts coming in, our first Patreon check was like $15,000 for a month. And I go, that's ridiculous. That's not even going to fucking break me even. And that was it. And I said, I'll see you in court. So as soon as I told them, I'll see you in court, my lawyer called them up, said, hey, we need all the financials because we are going to sue you. No response. So then I get another message from my lawyer, and they dissolve the LLC, which they claim doesn't exist. So when I sued them, they said there was no LLC that was formally signed. Even though I have documentation where we're all talking about this in threads and like text, we're all agreeing to 25%. You know, Chris, go get the bank account. I set up the bank account. I set up the LLC. I did all that. We filed taxes under the LLC. Okay? Then they come back and say the LLC doesn't exist because it was never actually signed. Well, that's fine, but that's a really weak argument. And why would you go just dissolve an LLC if you're saying it never existed? And more importantly, they brought Evan back in to sign that piece of paper, even though he was no longer involved. So it's dirty, sketchy, and they still are still using my name to promote and advertise this podcast. That's how fucking dumb they are. If you go to fucking Instagram, it's still my name. If you go to fucking the website, which they stopped paying the bills for, and YouTube, it still has my name on it. That's how fucking dumb these guys are. So they filed motions to dismiss, and last week the judge just came back and said, no, Mr. Ness proven more than enough, in whatever evidence to proceed with the lawsuit. So now they've got to decide what they want to do, because they either gamble with me and go to court and lose and have to pay me, or they either gamble with me, go to court, lose, have to pay me, and then the knowledge is public. And if Sam cares about his reputation, he's going to fucking settle. But I think he's a broke dick, and I don't think he has the money to do it.
Dude,
So that's where we're at.
what a ridiculous fucking reason to destroy something as beautiful as what you guys had. You were basically just popping the hopium bubble that she had of like, oh, we're going to get it all back. And Celsius is still not giving much back, right?
No, from what I understand, Celsius paid back. There's two different accounts. If you had an interest earn account, you're not getting anything back. But if you were just holding it there for them to basically, lend out, I think they're clawing back some of it. But to my knowledge, Sam was in the interest account because he was saying, yeah, I'm getting 20%. So that's an earn account. So I don't know. I haven't looked at Celsius. I don't give a fuck. But my whole thing is, you basically sold me out to your fucking old lady because I don't take shit from her. And she didn't want to hear the bad news, which is you're not going to get that money back. Because he told her, I'm getting the money back. Because she'd always tell me, we got to buy a house with Sam's Bitcoin money. Well, that never happened. It's all gone. And his fucking ego couldn't handle it.
Yeah, so you turned out to be right about what you told her. She exploded this fucking project that could have been still going to this day. It's ridiculous. That's I'm sure every fan that was watching at that point was, dying of curiosity. What the hell happened? It better have been a good reason. And that's just such a piss poor reason.
Well, the other thing about this whole situation is Sam and Howie made the decision, and I think it was a setup. I don't think Sam ever wanted to quit. I just think they wanted to squeeze me out, because once the money started coming in, Howie said I should get more of the money because I'm doing the what is it called that he does, his picks? And I was like, no, you don't get more money just because you're writing a newsletter, bro. I fucking do the social media. Johnny does the edit. We all have parts to this, so you don't get more. And that was my concern. I was just like, no, dude, we had this agreement. We all agreed. It's a split 4 ways. And, they didn't want to abide by it. But I have so much documentation where we discussed this that the evidence is pretty powerful. And, Sam can do what he wants, but it's not really about the money for me. It's more about getting, a decision from the judge and saying, hey, just so you know, I sued Sam for fucking fraud and I won.
Right. It's a verbal agreement. It sounds like you have some written documentation as well, so.
Tons. And not only that, I already did my exhibits, and I've been through one other lawsuit before, and doing that shit is tedious and it takes time, and I have 70 exhibits, and it probably took me a week to do, and I know Sam isn't smart enough to do that. I don't think he has the attention span to do it. So it's not something you just go to your lawyer and say, hey, go through my phone and find all the information. You have to fucking know it yourself. Look at this text, do this, do that. And I don't think he's got the wherewithal to do it. And then more importantly, my lawyer, who I trust implicitly, who won my last case, which was for a trademark infringement through my company, he knows the lawyer that Sam hired. And he goes, this dude is notorious for just milking his clients. So, You know, he's probably one of those guys that sees Sam as a paycheck.
Of course. That is what it is.
Yeah.
God, what a shitty reason to end something that good. And I don't know how their numbers are doing these days, but entertainment wise, it will never be as entertaining as it was when they had the three of you on there. I mean, fuck Howie. I don't find him very entertaining. He may have had some good picks, but that means nothing if you're not bringing the entertainment value. It's a podcast, you know.
But they told me that I had to tone down what I was bringing to the show. And I said, what are you talking about? I said, this isn't a financial podcast. This is a comedy financial podcast. And Johnny said, well, Sam gets mad when he's the butt of the joke. And I said, are you out of your fucking mind? He's been calling me a tranny for a year and a half, and I roll with it. And I was just blown away. And Johnny's like, I've been through this with him on Punch Drunk. He would get mad when, you know, he's the butt of the joke. And I'm like, I'm the butt of the joke in this podcast. And I let it roll off my back for comedy's sake.
I actually remember that. I don't even remember Sam being the butt of the joke, but I do remember the tranny jokes at your expense. So
that's all he would do. And I was like, fine. But I was never like, dude, stop calling me a tranny. You know, you hurt my feelings. And dude, they were never prepared. They would show up. They didn't have anything to contribute. I would write outlines, talking points, all that shit. They wouldn't do any of that. So I'm not surprised it fell off. I've not watched a single episode since I left. I do want to be compensated for what I put on the show, but money is not my biggest motivation. My biggest motivation is letting this fucker know that you can't do that. And he destroyed a 23-year friendship with me because of it.
God damn it, dude. But, I mean, you flipped the script. You turned it positive for yourself as well as you could have, because I personally find Down on the Docks to be 5-10 times more entertaining than that show was. It's a different show, but, you know.
But it needs to be on video, and that's the thing. We just didn't have the capabilities at the top, and you know, Dave's like, oh, it'll be easy. Well, Dave's not great at producing and cutting video, and like, if I do it, I want to do it right, so we have an editor like Johnny. So all Dave has to do is come in and do his shit, and then not worry about, you know, editing. So my whole thing today was, let's just wait, and more importantly, to continue what you were saying, when I left, I was like, I need to go back to doing what I do best, which is stand-up. So I was doing stand-up, and I was doing the podcast, but once the podcast ended, I just went full bore into stand-up. And I've literally written the best fucking material of my life in the last 2 years, and I want to have 2 separate specials, but I want to get them, you know, on a platform where I can get some heat on. Then I can go back to the podcast and bring in other viewers. That's kind of like how I have it in my head.
Well, I'd be curious to ask more about what kind of video elements you think are necessary for it. It's already amazing, but if you guys put it on YouTube with some visual elements, that would make it twice as big. I would love to help out, dude. I would love to help out with writing a free script for that Kings with Straw Mats documentary. I think it would be a good one for you.
Let's trade emails, and then I'll send you a sample script so you have an idea of like what the script needs to look like. And I'll send you video of a couple of shows that I've recorded recently so you can check out the material I'm working on, and we'll go from there.
Please, dude. That sounds amazing. And yeah, just send me that format. I will make it within that format to the letter, because I want to be a part of it, dude. I think that'd be amazing. Once like Dave is ready.
I said, I want to bring in a third person on Down on the Docks to produce it. So for that means like doing video editing. You know, that means somebody bringing in ideas, you know, because all I do is I take the script once Jessica would give it to me, then I rewatch the documentary and I add things that I think are interesting. A lot of it's stuff I pull off Wikipedia or various things, and I add it in there. So, that's my process. But if I had the scripts, it would be a huge, huge advantage. And I was paying too much. And Jess is very good at what she does. She's very meticulous, and I wanted them that way. But it was a money issue at the time.
Yeah, $200-300 per script. It's I completely understand that, but I'd be happy to help out with 1 or 2 perfect scripts as a proof of concept.
Sure.
I'd love to help out, man. I think what you have is amazing.
I would love that. What's your knowledge when it comes to like editing video or producing?
Editing, I mean, I have no experience producing a podcast besides my own. I can work my way around iMovie and shit like that, but
Right.
my strong suit would really be the scripts and the ideas. As you said, you need some ideas.
Right.
So
Right.
as far as ideas go, dude, I really think we could be a power team.
Let me talk
Once
to
you
Dave,
see it.
because I'm all about bringing costs down and saying, hey, because I even mentioned this to him before. I said, why don't we bring on a producer, give him a percentage, so we could have the production value go up if we went to video. But I would also be interested if somebody was doing it with the scripts as well. But I have to talk to him about the numbers. Because right now, Dave and I, we just have a 50-50 handshake deal, but I put out all the money for everything, whether it be, production equipment or scripts, whatever. So, I don't want to know how much I'm into the pod. It's probably 8 or 10 grand, which is, normally I would say it's not a lot of money for me, but when I don't have money coming in like I used to, I feel it,
Totally.
But the other thing is, leaving Cash Daddies gave me the time to go out and write and do stand up. And I have no life, dude. I turn down pussy, I turn down fun. Because I go home after work, I write, and then I fucking go perform 5 nights a week.
Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah,
So,
you're in a creative.
Shoot me.
Yeah, I'll shoot you my email right now. We'll trade that shit, and
Yeah, and I'll shoot you some video. And, I've been in comedy for 23 years. Be brutal. If you hear something I'm doing in a bit that you think's already been done or not, it's not funny, let me know.
absolutely. I don't expect that that'll happen, but writing is my background. I think I could at least do a style editing or whatever you need. So,
Feedback.
yeah, we'll get back about it, man. And depending on how complex the editing is, I may be able to help you out with that as well. But yeah, we'll get back to you on that.
Okay, cool, man. Well, yeah, don't forget to send me the link to Dopey as well.
Yeah, because you would be a perfect fit for that. If you have 1/10 of the drug stories that I expect you have, he would be extremely interested in that.
All right, I've got some in a couple of bits that I'm going to send you as well that I've already recorded.
Awesome, perfect,
Okay.
dude. All right, appreciate you,
Okay.
Chris. I'll text you right now. Thank you, bro.
Good to hear your voice.
Bye now.
All right, bye.
So that was Chris Neff. We just got an inside scoop, an extremely valuable inside scoop that I did not expect about a podcast that I used to be a huge fan of, Cash Daddies, with Sam Tripoli and Howie. I think his name's Howie Dewey. But they brought in this guy, Chris Neff, who's an amazing comedian. He's been on Ari Shaffir's Skeptic Tank. He's done some great work. But lately he's been working on this show that's his show, Down on the Docks. One of my top 10 podcasts right now. It is a documentary overview and commentary every episode.
Yes. Just a couple things I wanted to say. If anyone, I heard Sam Tripoli is involved in a lawsuit here. This is all I heard. That. Sam Tripoli, and they're suing him for fraud, they said. I know nothing about it. I hope that's not the case. And if Sam needs my help in any way, brother, you know I am there. So that's that for Sam. I hope he's doing okay. And if anyone knows any details, if he's not doing okay, please let me know. Thank you. Coming soon.
Okay, we got another call from Chris Neff. I'm going to do right now. He just called me back. So let's see what's up. Hey, bro.
Hey, so do you mind deleting that, please?
I mean, if I private it, would it really matter after the lawsuit is completed?
That's not my concern. My concern is I don't want it around because I don't want you getting dragged into this. And if it doesn't exist, then I don't have to deal with it.
What would, let's just say it's as bad as, let's just say it's the worst case where they did have it, which I doubt it's only been 24 hours. It's not just that. I'm talking about my act and my life, and I don't want that out there as well either. I just don't want it out. It was a mistake. You said live streaming and recording, and I took that to mean you were doing like something on your own. I didn't know you were recording. So it's not just what I said. It's just too much personal information about what I was talking about. And I would prefer it if you just deleted it. Okay, I'll take it down. But what I was saying was, let's just say it is the worst case that you're thinking. I seriously doubt it because it's been like less than a day. But
yeah, I'm not that concerned either.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have said those things if I knew you were recording it.
Okay.
So, you know.
And I have mad respect for you. So yeah.
Oh, dude, I know it was a misunderstanding. You got to remember, I was in the fucking weed killer aisle when so I didn't know you were recording it.
Okay. Let's just say that though. That's no problem. Just consider that done. But let's just say that there was some kind of subpoena type deal. What would that entail?
Dude, I don't know. That's why I don't want to have to deal with it.
I mean, I'm not too concerned about it. I imagine it would just be like, here's the video. That's all it is.
Right. And I don't want to deal with that because it would just be another headache. You know, I gave a testimony that I thought was in confidence, and that's my issue.
You thought it was the case, yeah.
You know, there's a lot that I wouldn't have said to you had I known I was being recorded. For public consumption, you know, I certainly wouldn't have talked about my personal finances. You know what I mean? And that's important to me, and I don't want that. I don't want that existing anywhere.
Okay, and if it was a misunderstanding, I'm
that's what I'm saying.
sympathetic
I'm not
to
mad.
that.
It was
no, yeah.
Misunderstanding.
I wouldn't expect you to be mad because, as you said, you watched it over. I probably said in the first 30 seconds, you know. So, no, it's fine, dude.
Yeah,
no
I would prefer if it didn't exist. So then, if somebody said that it did, then and somebody asked you for it, you can say it doesn't exist. Because the last thing I need is another delay tactic from these guys.
Yeah, which I certainly
wouldn't want that to happen. If it got back to them, like somebody could have said, "Oh, did you hear Neff spilled the beans and said a bunch of shit?" You know, and I wouldn't have talked about Dana and her shit had I known you were recording it. I just wouldn't have gone there. I wouldn't have given you that much detail.
For sure.
And the last thing I need is a coked out Sam Tripoli, you know, running into him in a comedy club and saying, what'd you say about my old lady, bro? And, you know, just he's not a healthy person, and I don't need to deal with any of that. you know.
For sure.
That's my concern. You know, there was my personal information I shared with you, and I would have shared that with you if I'd known it was being broadcast anywhere.
That's okay. And I'm sympathetic to that.
Yeah, and after it's all over, I'll gladly sit down with you, and you know, I'll give you the scoop, as it were, if you want it. You know, if I feel like I can, unless it's some sort of what do you call it? There's a non-disclosure agreement on a settlement, and I can't talk about it, then I won't. But you know, as far as I'm concerned, it's public knowledge. It's public record what I'm suing him for. You can do anything you want with that. You know, all you got to do is just go to the LA Superior Court and pull up the filing. That's all public record. I just don't want anything that I said personally in what I thought was a confidential phone call out in the ether. So
that's okay. Like I said, I'm extremely sympathetic to that. Maybe at some point after the lawsuit is complete, we can revisit this or a portion of it that you'd be okay with. But no, that's totally good. That's fine.
Yeah, and it's just because his lawyer is a master at delay tactics, and all it does is clog up my lawyer's time and my finances by me having to respond to it. And they've tried everything, and the judge just denied their last demurrer and motioned for a dismissal. And I just don't want them to have any other shit they could possibly deal with. So, and nothing I said was untrue. It's just I would have held back, and I wouldn't have said a few specific things had I known, you're recording the call.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's my concern. It's just, I'll gladly sit down and talk to you on the record if I know I'm on the record, but I just did not realize I was on the record.
Well, off the record, I was wondering, because I had seen you did a skeptic tank a few years ago. I was a huge skeptic tank guy.
Yeah.
Were you tied with him at one point?
Oh yeah, Ari and I will always be friends. Yeah, Ari's a great dude.
Yeah, that's cool. I was a huge fan of it, and then after I had come around to being a fan to you, I was like, oh shit, I didn't even realize he was on here. That was one.
Yeah, we did. We started together in probably 2000 doing stand-up, and we've always been friends. We've toured together, both with Tripoli and Rouse, and then just the two of us, So he's a good friend. He's always going to be a good friend to me.
Nice,
so,
man. Nice.
Yeah.
Well,
but yeah, I just don't want to have to deal with this if a lawyer got involved and they were like, you need to produce the an exhibit, and if it doesn't exist, then it's not an issue.
Like I say, I'll do on my end whatever you want, I guess.
Just kill it. I just don't want to have to deal with it. And I'm sure, there was a comment on there that said, I heart tinfoil hat, blah, blah, blah. So I'm sure whoever that is probably already relayed them to it. I don't think that this video caused them to delete me off the YouTube, which is one of my pieces of evidence, because I'm still up on the Facebook Cash Daddies. So I'm guessing that this wasn't a direct response to that, or they would have done them both. So
yeah, and I think you were on the Reddit as well.
What's that?
I think you were on the Reddit as well on their description.
I am. So I'm still on the Reddit, and I'm still on the Facebook, which the whole point is it's negligence on their part, and they're using my likeness without permission. I'm guessing that they changed the YouTube in the last month because somebody told me they started doing live and they're monetizing live shows. So I'm guessing they noticed it there, but it's part of my lawyer strategy to keep those exhibits and show them in discovery, because we haven't used any of those exhibits in the process of defending my complaint. Because he said, I want to save those for later. So I just didn't want them having that knowledge, and I knew I said that in that video. So, but I don't think it's direct from what you put out, because they would have changed multiple things. They would have gone to the Reddit. They would have gone to the Facebook. And those are still up. So, and I want them to stay up just to show how stupid they are, because the longer they keep those up, the longer it shows the court that they're negligent in utilizing my name and likeness without my permission.
Sure. And, you know, as I said, I feel bad because I thought I gave you enough of a heads up, but
I didn't, it just didn't connect when you said it. When you said I'm live streaming and recording, it went over my head, and I probably took that to mean you could be doing Twitch or doing a game or whatever. I didn't know I was live on your show. So, like I said, it's nobody's fault. It happened, but I don't want, something out there that I would have said, I hadn't said had I known the circumstance.
Yeah, and I'm a friend. So, anything I can do to help, just let me know.
Hey, I'm going to email you a script later tonight, so you have, a template for the straw mats thing. And like I said, Dave and I will record it once we can. But yeah, my other concern is I just talk too much about my personal finances, and I don't want that information going out there. Because I talk about my company and I say what I'm doing in my company. And I've always separated my business from my stand-up, because I've had a couple fucking people in my life, like I've had 2 stalkers from stand-up, and I don't want anybody ever like saying, oh, well, I know what he does on the side, I'm going to go fuck that up, and I talked about that in the video. I mentioned that I'm in the gym equipment rental business. It would be very easy for somebody to just, fuck with my company. To pretend to be a customer, waste my time, whatever.
I will say I watched it back after just to like double check after I messaged you. I don't think you said gym equipment rental business or anything like that. You may have said something which like, whatever. I
know I said I'm in the rental business, which I am.
Okay, rental. I think you may have said film business or something. Whatever it fucking is. It'll be taken down tonight. It's all good.
Yeah, just nuke it. It doesn't need to exist. And if anything comes up, then, we'll deal with it then. But you have the right to do whatever you want. I have the right as, somebody who's a friend and also, a creator to say, I misunderstood, what you were doing. But yeah, there's no way I would have brought up specifics about my personal life, especially my business. I don't want it out there.
I completely understand.
And just to give you an example, we do this, I've recorded podcasts even with cash shadows where we have to go make edits because somebody will be like, oh, you mentioned how much you bought your house for. And, there's some shit I don't want anybody knowing.
No, you're fine. And I guess you had said you had like 2 stalker experiences. What was like the craziest thing about that?
There was a woman that kept coming to my shows, and I'll just tell you the all-time worst. This girl was named Dina Merrill, and she started coming to my shows, and like she came to 3 shows in a row. And on the 4th one, she introduced me, and she said, "I'm your number 1 fan." I'm like, "Oh, that's sweet." And then, like at the time, I think it was Facebook or maybe. It wasn't MySpace. It was probably Facebook. And then she just started messaging me incessantly, telling me that she was in love with me and that we were destined to be together. And it was just to the point where I would go do a show and she would be there. And she'd always be sitting there. And then she was like, "Why don't you find me attractive?" And I'm like, "You're just not my type." And then it just got really weird. Then she started fucking a guy that was opening for me, and it got even weirder. And yeah, it was just like what do you call it? Fatal Attraction type shit.
Yeah, baby reindeer type shit.
I haven't seen it yet, but I heard. But yeah, it was awkward. It was uncomfortable, and then she was literally fucking some guy that was opening for me to try and get close to me. And then I was like, I had to fill him in on the situation, and he was this meth head. He didn't give a fuck, and he fucked her a bunch of times anyways. And, she'd pay for a hotel room. We'd be at the bar. He'd go over there and fuck her, turn around, come back, and I'd be like, "You were only gone for 20 minutes." And he was like, "Yeah." Went and fucked her, and I left. So she was just mentally unstable. That's the worst one that I've ever had. But, you know, when you're on stage and you peek up and you see this same person in the back of your show for like 5 shows in a row, it's uncomfortable.
Yeah, it becomes pretty unsettling, I imagine. Just seeing that.
Yeah, especially when you're not famous. Especially just when you're just a regular dude doing stand-up, you know?
Yeah, there's no way you can really fight back against it and make a press conference where you can feel like this person's crazy.
All you're doing is looking over your shoulder when you're driving home from the club to make sure she's not following you.
All right. Well, I had to ask because you brought it up.
No worries. No worries. It's all good. And like I said, once this is all over, if I am allowed to talk about it, I'll definitely let you know and we can discuss it.
All right, buddy. All right.
So, all right. I'm going to email you later tonight a script so you have the format for what is it? The King of Straw Mats?
Yeah, and go ahead and send me those stand-up clips too. I mean, I can send those over to the dopey guy. I'd be happy to check them out, and I could at least give you my opinion on worst to best.
If I send you any stand-up, just keep it between us because
it'll all be between. And unless I specify otherwise, it'll be all between us from now on, unless I ask you about it. So.
Yeah, because I definitely don't want any of that getting out until I record and release whatever I release on a platform.
No, you're good.
But yeah, if there's a bit that I want to fucking get your opinion on, I'll send them. I just haven't fucking had any time to edit video, so it'll be a while. But let me get you the fucking script at least so you have that.
Yeah, send me whatever you want. And all right, touch base cool, later bro. If you have any other concerns, just let me know.
It was a miscommunication. It's all good. I just don't want to have it ever coming up and having it out in the public. And like I said, I've known Sam for 23 years. I know when he's sober and when he's not sober. I don't think he's sober.
Yeah.
And all I need is a guy that's doing meth with a gun showing up to my doorstep.
Totally. I haven't watched him for years either, but yeah, I've been hearing that people are saying he's not sober as of late, so it's definitely possible.
Yeah. All right, cool, man. Give me like an hour, and I'll within the hour I'll send you a script.
All right, thank you, bro. Talk to you later.
You got, bro.
Bye now.
Bye.
I'm getting a call from Chris Neff right now, who's a very popular podcaster. Let's give him an answer here. Hey, what's up, Chris? How's it going, dude?
Not much. When did you change your name to Cult Meeting?
On Instagram?
Yeah.
Well, my handle is still Keaton Hudema, but Cult Meeting is my website, cultmeeting.com.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm actually streaming on X right now. There's not many viewers, but I'm just trying to figure out a couple things here.
Okay.
I wanted to give you a call.
I need to make this really clear to you, okay? I need to make this dead clear to you. You are not a journalist. A journalist will respect somebody's privacy. They will make...
You're cutting out. You're cutting out.
You want to hide behind the fact that...
Okay, now I can hear you.
You fucking fuck.
You cut out. Here you go. Go ahead.
You are not a Okay, listen to me. You are not a journalist, okay? A journalist would say, Chris, I want to interview you, and are you interested, and will you give me consent because you are on the record? You said, I am live streaming. That could mean you're playing Twitch or jacking off. I have no idea I was being recorded. The point is, after me telling you this, you told me you would take it down. Then you chose to put it back up. You're not a journalist. You don't have ethics. You're a piece of scum. Okay? I
gave you well and free warning that I was live streaming and that people were watching. You
Dude,
fucked up.
Listen to it, you fuck. You literally said, I'm live streaming on X right now. You didn't say you are too. Live streaming could mean anything.
If I'm live streaming and it's my
on
voice,
a fucking website.
if I'm live streaming and it's my voice, what do you expect? It's my
Buddy,
voice.
You're probably recording this anyway. I don't give a fuck. You're a deadbeat loser that lives in his mom's basement.
It was out there, Chris.
Phantom of the Opera mask.
It was out there.
You're just a dork, dude.
Okay, that's fine. The point is, it was out there.
You're gonna go fucking put this on the internet for fun?
I don't know, man. I feel kind of bad about it, but yes, I am recording
You don't
this.
feel bad about it.
I feel bad about causing this emotional reaction with you.
Listen to me, you fuck.
Go ahead, man.
Yesterday, you apologized and said it was a miscommunication. But then you got
I did not apologize. I did not apologize. I did not apologize to you, Chris.
And blow up.
Chris.
It's yesterday's news already.
I did not apologize to you.
You fuck. You do not respect other people, okay?
I gave you a fucking warning that I'm recording you, dude.
Dude, we already had this conversation.
I'm not trying to
I
have
never
it.
heard that.
I'm not trying to have a fiery argument with you.
Miscommunication.
And before that point, can I tell you what I did? I had already messaged or emailed Sam, posted many Reddit threads, and had the video
Why? Because you don't
and
have
the
a
X.
fucking life?
This was before I messaged you. This was before I even knew that you weren't cool with it. The way that we
Why the
set
fuck,
it up,
if you're a journalist, would you not ask your subject?
I told you straight up. You called me.
You said I'm
I
live
called you the day
streaming. Does that mean,
before.
hey, you're live? Does that mean I'm recording you? That doesn't look up
If
the
I'm
definition.
live
What is the
streaming-
definition of live streaming, you fucking retard?
Okay, you're going to pretend you didn't fuck up there? I mean, come on. I said I was
No,
live
you're
streaming.
not throwing
And
this
that
on me.
people were
I would've
watching.
told you personal things about my life if
I
know you were
said-
recording the conversation. Are you out of your fucking mind?
I told you very clearly that people were watching. I said not very many people are watching.
You said I'm live streaming, and I think there's a couple people listening.
No, I didn't say I think. There was no I think. It's right there for you to hear.
Bro,
I
do whatever
said
you want.
there are people watching.
We're done.
I mean, clearly we're done. I'm not trying to establish a... I mean, Jesus Christ, dude. I'm curious if I should call him back. I'm not sure if I should. He's clearly insanely pissed off. We'll see. He's a fucking idiot. It's the first time I ever talked to him. Who the fuck just spills the beans the first time you talk to somebody on the fucking internet? This guy's crazy.
you ever call me again, I'll fucking snap your neck off. You got that? Fuck off.
Dude, the point is... Oh my god. This guy's fucking crazy.
Okay, so I am hoping that this will be the last video, the last time I ever have to post about this Chris Neff situation, because it's gotten way out of hand, and to be quite frank, it's gotten fucking ridiculous. You know what? I may need 2 zins for this one. So, in that last video that I made about Chris, where he threatened to snap my neck if I called him again, he had made all these claims in the beginning of that video about how a journalist is supposed to say all these very particular things. How I'm supposed to say, you are on the record, or will you do an interview with me? Here's the thing. I never expected there to be a goddamn interview. I was expecting that this would be maybe a 5-minute phone call or this very quick thing. And even then, I made it extremely clear to anyone with 2 brain cells to rub together that I was streaming on X and that people were watching, because I wanted him to know. And I said it that way because streaming is a little different than just simply recording. I wanted him to know that not only is this being recorded, this is being recorded and uploaded as we go. It's a stream. And he is pretending he doesn't know what that means. In that video, he even said that he thought I said there's a couple people listening. That's enough of an acknowledgement right there. And on top of that, he watched that video, and in the description, I had put that I very well may end up getting a restraining order against this guy, because that was something that I thought I actually might have to do. He seemed that angry. So he watched it, and then he sends me these messages about it. And the most concerning was a message that said, "You better get on that restraining order ASAP." Think about what that would mean to you. What does that mean to you? Because to me, that was a very clear substantiation of his threat. And him saying, basically, get on that because I'm going to try and find you before you file that shit. That's how I interpreted it. This is a guy who has been in the entertainment industry. I think he said in the interview he's been a comedian for over 20 years. And I know he's been a podcaster for a few years as well. He's got no excuse. He knows what a stream is. And something that I'm now starting to believe is he did know what was going on. And he knew that the call was being recorded. And then he ended up regretting it. I don't know why. Maybe it was that he saw I was reaching out to Sam's community. Maybe he saw that. Maybe he just thought I was weird. Or maybe he just regretted it in general. But that is something that I'm also now starting to believe. And I took it down for him the first time. I deleted the video. I didn't just private it. I deleted the video at his request because I was concerned for him and to give myself time to think about it. Once I realized and thought about how the YouTube video had almost 700 views, the Extreme had several views, I had emailed Sam for comment and made Reddit posts about it. I made the decision that it was too late. And it was out there. And he's not getting that. He's not getting it. That was the first time I ever talked to him verbally. That interview was the first time we ever spoke. I'd had Instagram DM correspondence with him for a while before that, but first time we ever spoke. Had nothing to compare it to. And anybody who watches it, it really just seems like he was being nice and giving me this inside scoop and this cool story. If I was some insanely popular streamer, let's say I had 20,000 live viewers, how quickly would he have just accepted that it was his fault? Immediately. He would have immediately said, "Oh, that's my bad. Well, I fucked up." But because it's me, he is persistently putting the blame on me, saying that I don't have ethics, which I do. That's why I informed him that I was streaming. I'm in a one-party consent state. I could have been shady. I could have not disclosed that to him. And from my understanding, actually even a two-party consent state, the fact that I did disclose it and he continued on with the call would have been enough for me to have the okay to post it, from my understanding. I don't know what he was trying to say with the get on the restraining order ASAP. Part of me wants to give him the benefit of the doubt because later on I did go back and read those messages, and below that he said something like, I'm gonna go and file something against the Phantom of the Opera guy, or the guy who's never gotten his dick wet. As if he can throw that as a stone. He's throwing that as a stone at me. Not that I care. He can make whatever insults he wants. I do not give a fuck about any of the ad hominem attacks that he's been throwing at me, because as you could tell in that call, I just deflected and allowed him to hang himself, and he really did. He really hung himself in the worst way that he could have, and it's sad to me because I liked the guy and thought he was cool. Now I think he's a fucking idiot. The threat was enough. That was crossing the line. You don't threaten violence against people. That is completely unacceptable. And for him to amp it up and say, you better get on that restraining order, that actually did kind of freak me out. Because I don't know how far this guy's going to go. I don't know how insane he is. So, for him to act like he has any kind of moral high ground after that shit, get out of here, dude. Get out of here. I think he owes me an apology. I don't expect to get it. He had a lot to gain. In that interview, he talked about how the fallout with Sam was basically because he wouldn't apologize for something that kind of was him being a dick, probably. I don't know what the full story is. He's trying to argue with Sam's lady, wouldn't apologize. And he had a lot to gain from simply humbling himself there, saying sorry. Wouldn't do it. So I don't expect him to do it for me. I would like some clarification, at least. Say you were bluffing. Say that. Explain what you meant by get on that restraining order. I think he has a responsibility to at least do those two things. I'm trying to think of what else I really had to say about it. I guess just for some clarification, I had said in that one video I called you the day before, I had tried to call him. But yeah, like I said, this is the first time we ever spoke. I tried to call him and he called me back and I was streaming. So that's how it happened. He even said once when I called him before I deleted it, and once afterwards when he was pissed off, the time during the call, he said, "You can do whatever you want." And in reference to either deleting or not deleting it. And then once he was all pissed off, it was like the same thing, but a lot more angry, where he was like, "Do whatever you fucking want. I don't care." Well, I am. Video's staying up. And it's no one's fault but your own if that's not something you wanted. Now you've humiliated yourself on top of that. One of the reasons he gave me was he was talking about how his name being used in the promotion of Cash Daddies, like in the Reddit and the YouTube, I think, he was saying, "Oh, they're using my name so I can use that as an exhibit in court. So if they find out, they're going to take my name out." It's like, no, you were on that podcast. I'm pretty sure they're allowed to use your name if you were on it. You were a host on it at one point. I think they're allowed to say that you were. So just everything he's been saying is so logical and it's silly. It's really silly. If he did apologize, I'd forgive him in a second. Absolutely. And that would be very relieving to know that there's not some homicidal psycho who is interested in harming me. I think that's all I have to say. Chris, if you're watching this, I will not be contacting you directly again, ever. It'd be nice if you put that stuff out there that I requested, or you can message me. I'm not going to message you back. But besides that, fuck off and go back to fucking your cats. Like,
I want to tell you about the new hit podcast, Cult Meeting Podcast. That's right. It combines the occult, spirituality with libertarianism, okay? Tell me that isn't an awesome mixture of stew of chaos. That's right. It's hosted by Keaton, and it's a wonderful podcast. Okay, it's a great podcast. You guys check it out. It's esoteric thinking, occultism, libertarianism. It's got all of it, dude. You want to get weird politically? Check out the podcast, Cult Meeting Podcast. Go for it. Do yourself a favor and listen, learn, love, okay? Listen, learn, and love. Because this podcast has it all. You want some tools for your tool belt? Check out Cult Meeting Podcast. Available wherever you listen to podcasts. Holla at your boy.
You know, they're going to have a genetically modified Sam Tripoli. God forbid you ever take the vaccine.
I'll fight everybody, dog.
You know,
I ain't even kidding.
Here's something interesting. What is that? Are you listening to your own podcast? Here's another thing I think is interesting, and it somehow got on the mainstream news the other day. You know, remember the president was treated with
Come on, man.
mono.
Sorry.
It's very
Go.
loud. Monoclonal antibody.
Good evening, Sven Stoppel's Discord. Good evening.
What are you talking about there, man? Come on, cretin. There you go.
Well, I would like to see if anybody can poke some holes in this. It's possible I have to keep refining it. I've been working on this for almost a week now, trying to simplify the English language. This model that I currently have has a synchronicity inside of it that presented itself to me and made it seem very special to me. So I'm wondering if anybody can
fucking mind.
poke
That's a
some
lot of
holes
words.
in this.
How do you spell kidney? Why exactly are you simplifying the language? What's wrong with the old alphabet?
No, this would be. There's nothing wrong with the old
He knows
alphabet.
what he's talking about.
Nothing wrong with the old alphabet. This is strictly for ritual purposes, as a tool, a magical tool, you could say. It's just for fun.
Yes. What kind of ritual? Talmudic tool
powers. Did you have more letters or less letters than the standard?
So, can you see these pictures that I posted here in the chat?
I can see the pictograms.
So it's 19.
I'm a Christian man, so.
This is the nature of what was presented within the language itself. So if you take out these certain letters and you put it in a circle, in order, I'm not changing the order of the letters, the vowels actually create a symmetrical pentagram, I noticed. When you put the O on top, omega, I put the O on top. See how it creates a symmetrical pentagram with the consonants in between there? See that?
What are you trying to summon?
How interesting is that?
I completely understand. Continue.
I actually just created this. Yesterday. I'm the greatest occultist of all time.
I think I read about
Cultmeeting.com.
Daedric text somewhere.
Cultmeeting.com. This was an original addition to the great work that I just added here. This simplified.
Yeah. Well, Harry Potter did the same thing in the third movie.
He simplified the language.
He did. Yeah, he did. For the Muggles, yeah.
Oh, I'm
He
fucking.
did do that, yeah.
Call me the boy who lived.
Hey, Cretan, can I ask you a question, Cretan? In your profile picture, which one is you? Is it you, the one that's like looks like you're puffing a dupe, or is it the guy that looks like he's about to like give
Do
you
you
a
know
kiss?
who those people are? Do you know who those people are? That's Marilyn Manson and Dimebag Darrell. Dimebag Darrell was a huge fan of Marilyn Manson. Actually, you can see him trying to kiss Marilyn because he just sees Marilyn's greatness there.
Okay. Yeah, Mason, like really.
All those metalheads that worship Dimebag Darrell, look at him sucking up to Marilyn Manson right there.
Yeah.
Look at him.
Yeah, like sucking on his tongue.
The great Marilyn Manson. He notices his greatness and he feels inferior.
Hey, what do you think's gonna happen to Ozzy Osbourne when he dies?
What's gonna happen to him?
It's a big statement. Yeah, like where's he gonna go? Like what's gonna happen to him? His soul, his eternal, immortal soul.
He doesn't seem like too bad a dude.
Do you think he goes to the planes of oblivion?
I don't know where we go. I don't know where we go.
But all I know is I thought you had all the answers.
But I know when you put the English alphabet and you take the letters that are redundant out of it and you put it in a circle, that it creates a perfectly symmetrical pentagram out of the vowels. With
Which were the specific letters that you took out, by the way? Like which ones?
well, let me tell you, because I just created this yesterday. I've made several variations of this.
Let the man talk.
I've made several variations. I want you guys to poke some holes in this.
I want you to be careful with that.
I want you guys to poke some holes in this. So we took out Q, because that seems to be just a CU sound. Or you can. What I'm saying is it's not strict rules here of what you can replace it with, but these are just examples. So S would be like EC or even a Z. W, think about words that start with W. Word. Word.
Could you say it with like a Q, like Q?
Sorry? I'm not like a master of...
You could say it with a Q, like Q.
It's possible. I'm not even like a huge language guy. This just fell into my lap here. Like the word word. Word. A W is more of a U sound. Word. And
I mean,
yeah.
it depends on what language you're using there too. So what would you say for
yeah, it would all be English. This would be strictly with English here. Sorry, what was your other question?
Well, so for double, so I'm really big into dragon. So how would you say double dragon?
How would you say double dragon? You still say it the same way. This is just a matter of spelling.
Yeah, come on. How would you spell it?
How would you spell double dragon? So we still have the D, we have the O, we have the U, B. B is the problem here.
Okay. Oh, so it sounds like writing like you've got what's it called? Something syndrome. I forgot what it's called. Downs.
I think that we have a B. Wait, D. We have a B. We have an L. We have an E.
Oh, thank God.
A V can also be a B, if you didn't know.
We have a D. We have an R. We have.
What would a D be?
So we have all those letters, bro. So that one's easy.
Ethan.
We have all those letters.
I was kind of worried though, because I have letters in my name that don't exist in this simplified language.
So do I. I don't even have a K in my. I have a K in my name. My name is Keaton.
Well, I'm glad that you're being fair by having affect you as well as us.
I wanted to keep the K because the K is so cool and the X is so cool, but they're redundant as far as spelling goes.
Not the K. It's my first name in Fire in California. Sorry, it's my first name is Earl. It's only 4 letters, like EARL. So under your
Listen, hear me out here. It seems like each vowel rules a certain area of consonants, especially if you look at that pyramid illustration. It has a pentagram around it. It has a pentagram around it, but if you put the letters 6 by 6, it's actually a perfect triangle there.
I've often wondered, what language do you think those reptilians speak?
I don't know if I believe in that.
I have a comment.
So, Wimmy, we're trying to really put together this, like, improved English letter stuff, and, you know, I know you're kind of big into linguistics, so.
English letter? Like what? Oh, I see Keaton's in here. Hey, buddy.
Yeah, he's teaching us over here.
What's the stuff you've posted here?
Yeah, we're trying to. He says it's like draconology or something, I think.
Vice Sense is the English language. The king's language is perfect.
Hell yeah.
It's got every letter, and letters have been removed throughout the years, so it is like.
There's nothing wrong with English. I love English.
The most expressive
This
language.
is a simplified version of it that I believe could represent all the sounds in English, maybe with the exception of letters that have like little marks on them, little accents and shit like that.
When you hit the center of the triangle, what do you achieve?
Right,
That's what I'm trying to find out
I
here.
want you to explain all of your world beliefs in the next 2 minutes.
You're leaving strong.
Go.
We have to start with the language here. So if you guys recognize the greatness of the language.
Of the English language? Sure, yeah.
No, of this simplified English language.
Come on.
Clock stick and worldview, let's go.
Let's go. We don't have all day. Where'd you grow up?
Oh, I came here specifically for preaching this topic tonight.
But why
I can't preach on command. What would it, that wouldn't be very respectful if I just preached on command whatever I was asked to be preaching.
How much weed do you smoke on average? Like on day?
Have you taken ayahuasca?
I mean, I smoke a lot of weed.
I'll smoke some right now.
I've discovered a language before.
Oh, I wasn't asking you. Hell yeah, bro.
How often does Sven pop in here?
Not often.
Not right now. Not today.
He just dances.
You and us.
It depends on how jig-pilled he is. Sometimes he feels like dancing in the Discord chat, but other times
Yeah.
he doesn't.
I'd be curious what he thinks about this. I'd be curious what he thinks. I heard that the Nordic people didn't use the letter K.
Well, no, they had a bunch of other. They had actually more syllables or more. Yeah, they had a lot more, and that's why some of it got melded into the English language and was later removed or replaced with new letters. Like I think
They used
one
to
letter.
crump. They used dances.
There was the letter J. That's the one you're thinking of because of the.
Oh, is that it?
J is
Oh, is this Schizo who wants to talk to you about language?
Yeah.
Hey, they were impressed. And apparently they were very into the number 9.
Who's this schizo?
They were very into the number 9 as well, the Nordic people.
Where is he? Did he leave?
No, he's there.
Oh,
Yeah, what's over here?
It's
You have a new language. You created a new language?
Sven,
A new language.
I would like you to take a look at these illustrations, please.
It's a new way of spelling.
Sven, it's a pleasure to meet you. I've been trying to get in contact with you.
Yeah, no shit. I've been seeing the endless stream of DMs and live. No way.
So let's see if it was worth it.
What's the matter, dude? What's up? Are you like a jazzy type of guy?
No, I'm serious. I'm so serious.
What a dork.
Please take a look at this.
What if we add extra letters? Like if we add another W, a Z, and like a T? What about X?
We have a T. We kept the T. Sven.
Keep an X. Good move. That's a good idea.
They were just trying to poke holes in this.
He caught a bunch of letters, and now he's figuring out a new language.
Okay, that's cool.
Sven, here it is. Here it is. I found out if you reduce the alphabet down to 18 letters, that if you put the letters in a circle, you don't take them out of order at all. You put the O on top, omega. It creates a perfectly, hold on. It creates a perfectly symmetrical pentagram where the vowels are spaced out evenly here. Take a look at this.
Yeah.
Do you have like an illustration of this that you carved into your wall or something? You can take a picture.
Oh, yeah.
It actually does.
It's in the chat.
Oh, really?
You have to see it, Sven. You have to see it.
Oh, you did? Oh, okay. All right. Okay.
Is it in the tribal?
That's cool. Wait, that's actually on your walls?
Is it in the tribal?
Yeah, this is on my wall.
Made with poop.
I made
It's not
this.
like a collage.
I drew this on my wall yesterday.
But what if you instead of simplifying it, make it more complex? Like I was saying earlier, add extra letters. Add like 2 W's and 3 Z's.
I like that idea a lot better. No, but what is so simplified about this? Can you give me like a couple of sentences in this new language, or what? What is this?
Well, what I was wondering is if you could poke a hole in it. What's one word that couldn't be represented in the English language?
It's just spelling differently in English. Guyver.
I've taken out all the redundant letters. We can move on from this. If you guys don't like this, that's fine.
No, I was called in here to hear this bitch about this language.
I mean,
What word couldn't be a word?
Yeah, exactly.
What word that already exists could not be
Yes.
represented?
this is a special alphabet for ritualistic purposes. It's for art. It's for having fun. That's all
what
it
we
is.
use Latin for, dude.
You didn't quite answer what rituals is true. Yeah, and how does it work? Separately from
Well, if you are translating words and trying to create meaning out of those words, you're just creating meaning. That's the
But could you
ritual.
give us an example?
Isn't it the other way around? You have concepts that are then being represented by words, and it's not words that represent concepts. I think it's the other way around. You got this all wrong.
You're saying. What did I get wrong here? What did I say wrong?
Concepts. The concepts came first, and then we created words to represent some of those concepts.
I just discovered this.
We didn't find an alphabet and then just attached concepts to those letters and the words.
I have no idea the implications of this thing. I see what you're saying. I have no idea the implications of this thing. I've gone through a couple iterations, but what I'm saying is specifically, I don't care about anything. I don't know the implications. I took out certain letters.
Voice, though. I like that.
Oh, thank you.
It's very nice and raspy.
I took out certain letters. I didn't rearrange the alphabet. I put it in a circle, and it creates a perfectly symmetrical pentagram and a
So what you're saying
pentagon
is
as
you
well.
didn't invent, this came to you. You basically pulled this from like the Platonic records, basically. This came to you in a dream, is what you're saying. You didn't necessarily invent this. You found this new structure. Is that
Well,
correct?
sure. You could say that the structure was there all along, of course.
This guy got one-shotted by ayahuasca.
I looked at the numbers 1 through 10.
I mean,
And I
it speaks
took
for
all the
itself.
Other numbers from 1 through 10, and I made a pentagram out of the numbers 1 through 10.
You're basically Nostradamus.
Yeah,
What does that mean? Like, what's the deep?
there's all kinds of correlations that can be made. A lot of occultism is about making correlations that have never been made before, and highly significant correlations.
That's called schizophrenia.
No, it's not. No, it's not. It sounds like you are just diminishing what you fear. It sounds like you maybe fear it a little bit.
1 second, you sketched out this little word here on your alphabet pentagram that says Utopia Psychosomatica, or what is that? Utopia.
This is Reddit username.
That was just to.
He posted it on his own subreddit.
No, I didn't actually.
Watermark so that nobody would plagiarize this.
I mean, it speaks for itself. It speaks for itself. They were impressed with it earlier, Sven. They were actually impressed with it.
What does it mean? I am impressed with this. Now, I don't think you need more of them on your wall. I would like to see all your walls covered in this.
This is just one idea here. We can move on to the next idea.
String and push pins.
Sure. We can move on to the next idea.
I will say this: if you have the back wall of your room filled with this, you can call into the show if you're on camera. And I want that to be the backdrop, and I want you to explain it. Can you do that?
Yeah, of course. I have a million other ideas like this that I can share.
Right now.
Yeah.
If you guys
start
see,
getting to work. I want your whole wall to be full, and you need to set up your camera so that.
Okay, for real. Please explain why you have devised this new language.
Yes. Yeah, we need to know.
Sorry, guys, my phone died.
Was it divine?
See, you guys are so hung up on the language thing. This is like one out of a million other ideas.
What is the other 1 million things you want to talk about? You're right.
Hey, did Sven already leave? Sven's got to be here now.
He had to go, but he said.
Okay.
You're in the burning bush.
Alright.
I told you to multiply. You're not doing that. Sven is still here.
I figure that might happen by the time I got my phone back on. He might be gone, so that's okay.
If you can fill your wall with schizo drawings, he'll have you on stream. But only.
No, I was here for that. I was here for that. I'll share.
It's like a new language. Yeah, come on.
Here, I can share a couple other things with you guys.
I'm one of the clergymen berating Galileo for
Here.
his wonderful discoveries.
Here, I can share a couple other things with you guys.
Like Jesus has just come and said, "I will not judge a man on the Sabbath. I will feed a man on the Sabbath." And you're here.
Sabbath, I can.
You're here being a Pharisee, stroking your hands, going, "We've got him now."
I'm gonna shut down his revolutionary new language.
Here, you guys want to see when I met Ari Shafir? What he did?
Now, Keaton, I am completely committed to this. I really do think you're onto something.
No, I know I'm onto something. That's what's so funny. It speaks for itself. But I want to show you guys a couple other things.
Have you come up with any other
Yes.
revelation?
Yeah, semen retention.
Yes. Semen retention works.
It's got to be a true cell. It's the only way.
I'm trying to find a couple other things for you.
Keaton, real quick, on that subject of semen retention, I noticed the word cum was
Yeah, boy.
It's cultmeeting.com. Cultmeeting.com. That was a little Easter egg.
Meeting.com?
Yes, that's a pretty sick. That's a pretty sick domain, no? That's a pretty sick domain, no? $12. Cultmeeting.com.
I totally agree with you, Cretan.
Here, look at this video. This was my one viral.
Creatine.
We can move on. We can move on, class.
You get a lot of ideas on this.
That's friends.
Subreddit, by the way.
Oh, wow. You did get a lot of views on this.
Here.
Earl, I thought we were best friends, so I'm kind of.
Well, hold on. Sorry.
Are you guys into sounding? Do you guys like to sound?
Oh, but that's when you stick something in your dick hole? Hell yeah, bro. Let's go.
Wait,
Do you like
I was sticking things on my dick hole all the time.
Because if you can't come, what do you gotta do?
Oh no.
If you can't come,
We are now best friends because we like to both stick objects in our dick holes.
if you can't come, what are you gonna do?
He's posted a little hereditary joke.
I think he was being serious. Like, so you actually do that?
Wait, you sound? Pete, do you sound?
I'll send you.
Ethan, can you levitate? You brought it up.
Yeah, I'll send you the link.
But you just do you sound? You're sending those links to you sounding. I'm not gonna
Here, somebody get Sven back in here.
Where was this post?
Get him back in here. He's not doing anything. Yeah, I'll send it to you right now.
It's a chat for the VC.
Yeah. I'll send a sounding thing right now. I'll send it to the sounding thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's okay. He doesn't have to be here.
Wait, where do you open the chat?
So go to the general chat and then a little open chat bubble.
Alright, so Keegan, are you like a sex deviant or something? What's your deal, man?
Dude, don't be
Well, he
disgusting.
retains the semen, you see, so he couldn't be.
Don't be
There's
disgusting.
power there if you.
So when you wrote this joke, was the
Oh my.
You're looking this up.
Okay, alright.
when this scene happens, say creative mode, Minecraft ref.
Ninjas or sounding instruments? Well, it's all text. It's all implied, RT.
I'm not reading that.
I'm not ready to see porn with the Sven cells. Okay, nurses in the room.
Keaton, what kind of benefits are you getting from your
Keaton, is it actually true you sent a video of you with a rod in your penis to your 76-year-old father? Is this a true story?
What is him? There's no way this guy's married.
Keaton, is this a true story?
Hold on. What?
You sent a video of your sounding goofball. I understand you're retained. I understand you're harboring your sin.
Yeah, he's a silly Billy.
Okay. Here's the what do they call it? The straight dope. No,
Is it MDE employee sent to mess with us?
I don't sound, but semen retention does work.
Is it true that anybody who knows you could tell it's you by the moans? Is that true?
Gordon, did you hear that? Semen retention does work.
So that's not that part is not kayfabe. That part is not kayfabe. The sounding part is kayfabe.
How much semen have you retained? How much semen have you personally retained?
I've gone up to 9 months. I've gone up to 9 months, but now it's since the 1st of January. January 1st was my first full day recently. Excuse me.
Resetting.
Excuse me. Since January 1st, I have not. But before that, I've gone 9 months, 6 months. The point is you keep going back.
Celebrating the new year?
Yes, I was. It was my Yule. I'm actually
pro Keaton on this side. Hell yeah, man.
I actually ejaculated onto a sigil.
In 9 months?
Yeah, in my last. Hold on, you guys are gonna want to hear this.
He's trying to answer it. You guys are interrupting.
Yeah, my last bust was on a sigil. I was doing chaos magic.
Sorry.
9 months. 9 months no gooning.
Is that what you said?
I have gone 9 months before, but my last bust on December 31st was on a sigil, magical sigil. I was doing chaos magic.
Now, which Daedric Lord were you trying to summon?
Do you like Skyrim? I love Skyrim.
Daydrink Lord?
What's your favorite race?
So it's your first time busting.
I thought of this funny joke. I love Jews. Most of my heroes are Jews, but I'm not Jewish.
I didn't mention Jews.
But the Bretons.
Yeah, most superheroes.
Well, he did. He mentioned Jews.
Listen, yeah, because the Bretons remind me of the Jews.
No one brought up Jews, brother.
Yeah, well, they brought up Skyrim, and I was gonna say the Bretons control Tamriel.
Jews, Keaton.
The Bretons control Tamriel because the Bretons remind me of the Jews.
It's the Brits, yeah.
Yeah, he knows.
I love playing as the Bretons. They have those. They have the natural magical acclamation.
Do you relate to that?
I do, and I relate to Jewish mysticism and Jewish magic as well.
Is a piece of shit, and it sucks.
What is?
It's unrealistic. It's gay.
That what is? I didn't hear what he said.
What'd you say, JT?
Yeah, I want to hear your thoughts
I'm
on
making fun of the creative engine.
I probably agree with you. I probably agree with you. I don't even know what that is.
So Keaton cummed all over a sigil, and we're trying to ascertain what he was trying to summon.
We just want to hear it. I said, can you?
If you look at what I just said,
Say it while shooting, or do you want to start?
look what I did.
Can't say it.
Say it.
Look what I did.
I bet you can't say it.
He can't say
I can't say it on command.
Can't say it.
I can't say it on command.
Yeah, that makes
What prerequisites do we have to accomplish to have you say it?
Well, if you watch this video, I'll think
do it in
about it.
sign language,
If
or-
everybody watches this video, I'll think about it. This is me walking around in the desert in snowshoes.
Lemmy,
Yeah, what's
Lemmy, perfect video. I loved it.
I know. I
That's
want to
so
see
good.
the tricks at
And I
something.
think Lemmy should be banned from posting any fucking video in the future.
I agree.
Keith, so those pentagram drawings you were drawing earlier, they make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes fun though.
Here's the dilemma.
I was rapid DMing him. I was like, hey, you gotta take this guy seriously.
The dilemma I'm facing.
Keaton, are you DMing him?
The dilemma I'm facing is that my book is the dark side of the moon of books. And I'm trying to get people I like.
Buy a copy.
So is the dark side of the moon in the sense that no one reads it, or
No one listens to Dark Side of the Moon? I don't get that joke.
I remember being disappointed in Dark Side of the Moon when I did Acid and listened to it because the album's so short you have to put it on like 100 times.
Yeah.
well, the dark side of the moon is called the dark side of the moon because no one can see it. You know, when they observe it from Earth. So are you saying your books aren't? No one reads them.
You know, that's actually true. That's actually true, and I'm open to that interpretation. I don't mind it.
That was good for me. I like that. That was happy.
I don't mind that interpretation.
My favorite movie is Dark of the Moon. Is that like a novel based off that?
So.
I would like a more Transformers focus.
Oh my God, Keith, are you okay, brother?
I'm trying to get people I like on the ground floor of this operation. But many are fearful of my forbidden wisdom. Okay, so this, I guys think it's just a potato. This thing's been sitting here for weeks. It's fucking rancid. I'm sitting here in a trench coat trying to find out if potato. Ugh. 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 Be gone. It's literally one of the nastiest things I've ever seen, but I have to face this fear because I created it. It's my fault. Jesus fucking Christ. I'm sitting here trying not to pierce the outer layer.
Oh no, dude! Don't ever.
Oh, dude, that was
know.
definitely you.
Yeah, oh, I threw it. I told you I did.
You threw it right at my chest.
I did?
Right at my heart.
I meant to.
My strings are not attached anymore.
It's okay. Hey, mine aren't either. Don't worry. I've been.
All right, I think we got it. Never mind. Sorry to waste your time, guys. I really wanted to get some more AI stuff, but I have to take a big, fat, hot piss.
Sound off. I don't know.
So you might have to listen to Dudeman. By the way, sad news. I had to. You remember that guy? That crazy guy who said, "Listen to Dudeman." He invented that because he didn't know his name. I forget what his name was. It was a schizophrenic guy. I finally had to block him, guys, because you know what he started doing.
Go on.
Here's the thing. I always try not to block guys immediately because you you invent like an enemy, basically, when you do that. So I'll give him like 3 or 4 strikes, which I did with him, definitely, most definitely. You don't get blocked by me for no reason. He started to call me. He started to fucking call me via Instagram.
No,
you know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, my phone goes up, like, hey, what is this tune even? I'm like, what is this tune? Oh, it's Instagram? This guy's fucking calling me. I'm like, all right, now you gotta go. Sorry. That's about enough. That's all I can take out of you.
Yeah.
There's this guy, this performative schizophrenia. He's like contacting everyone. He's like on the phone with Andy Dick. He's talking to Mersh, Milo Yiannopoulos. He's talking to me. He's like, all like the bottom of the barrel, edgy internet guys. He's trying to find an in or something. Well, now you're blocked. All right, we got it. That's too far. Wouldn't you agree? Start calling me on the phone. Like, what am I gonna do? Hang out with you? Like, all right, what's up, dude? Let's talk shop. Yeah, no thanks. All right, let's listen to Dudeman. That was my favorite contribution of his. That he thought like piss and a doob break was listen to Dude Man.
Yeah, man.
Wow. All right, we'll be right back. 5 minutes. I gotta take a piss. Don't go anywhere. See ya. Wouldn't want to be a
The Kipling poem is one of my favorites since I was a boy at school.
I found your writings. You were a Breitbart, and your writing was excellent, and you were talking about the ills of modern feminism. You absolutely blew up, and I would say that you are original MAGA, meaning I think of you, I think of Steve Bannon, I think of all of these people when the whole world was like, Donald Trump will never become president of the United States. You guys.
We didn't agree.
We did
and
not.
There were
You
about
guys not
7
agree.
of us when the rest of the country was afraid even to admit who they were voting for.
Yeah. And who would you say were in that original MAGA group? I think of you and Steve Bannon.
Yeah, I think
and
Mike Cernovich would be an example.
Absolutely, Mike Cernovich.
I think that even Baked Alaska was there, up with us, front row in some of the talks. My buddy Pizza Party Ben, if people remember him from the if you were a little bit more online at that time. And really, it was a very small group. I would say Stefan Molyneux, who's just got back to Twitter, who's sort of I guess he's an online philosopher, I guess you would say.
Having access to 84,000 buses, governors to slow down insulting to South Bill. Using somebody as an astral platform, he goes from illumination to union.
Call as soon as you call in.
Not much to do with men as a whole, and I really just want to make sure that I get to issues that I've missed about men as a whole. All right, Blue Nose. I think you're up. You just need to unmute. And what have I missed? Hello, hello. All right, don't be the guy who's breaking the chain here, man. You just need to unmute. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. All right, so I'm going to have to remove him. And let's go with, we talked to that, Keaton. What's on your mind? You could just go to unmute and tell me what I got wrong.
Oh, I was actually wondering what your thoughts on semen retention are. It's not something you got.
Okay, well, what have I asked for in this
you said, what did
conversation?
you miss? You said, what did you miss?
Yeah, what did I miss about the
you
barriers? Hang on. What did I miss about the barriers that young men are facing in the world today? I'm pretty sure that semen retention is not one of them. So do you have something for the topic?
Well, the barriers are their own mind, and they're being told to go.
Okay, well, that's not going to be something. It's not something that we're going to do. Okay, I don't even know what this is. Some sort of Elon Musk named forehead on the keyboard kind of thing. But you're up.
早上好，早上好。我不会说英语，我先走了。Goodbye, goodbye.
Well, that's interesting. I don't know what he was saying, but good for him. I'm sure he agreed with me completely. All right, not today, Crawler. What have you got, my friend? How can you help me help the world better by telling me what I have missed? Not today, Crawler. Not today, Zerg. What you got? Don't forget to unmute.
Yes, hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Hey, thank you so much for talking to me. So I do want to add, I think that, well, hell, you might have mentioned this briefly in a way, but I think that we also have a problem of other men kind of crabs in a bucketing for men. Men don't have the same amount of counseling, you know? Like you might have older male mentors or whatever else, but then you go on like YouTube, social media, you name it, you have red pill channels like, oh, women trash, women bad because of this, but they don't say, okay, women bad, here's what you do, or whatever else. It's just go your own way. Like, oh, you're stupid for getting married. So a lot of men are just like, well, they kind of start to buy into that after a while, right? So a lot of men aren't going out in public or finding a male mentor, male role model, father figures, uncle, you name it, So that I would say other men can pull men down at times, right? What do you think about that?
I think that's an excellent point, and I don't disagree with you at all. I think, and listen, I want to be sensitive because I'm really digging into what's going wrong for young men in culture and society at the moment. So the last thing I want to do is say, well, just shake it off, because that's not a reasonable thing. And I really would never say that to anyone anyway. But what I would say is that everyone's had at some time or another in their life that depressed friend,
Oh, yeah.
Let's call him Bob, right? And Bob is just down, man, and he just can't see a way forward. And maybe he smokes some drugs, and maybe he's a little too much on the video and the prawn or whatever, right? And Bob is just, he calls you up and it's like, hey, man, I'm just hanging out. I'm really kind of down. I didn't really sleep well last night. I think I'm gaining weight. And listen, we all have our peaks and troughs. We all have a roller coaster. But there's always this concern that Bob ain't going to be lifted up, but what he's going to do is drag you down. And that's a delicate balance, right? Do you try and help him? Sure. He's your friend, he helped you when you were down. But if he's just pulling you down further, what do you do? That's a tough thing. And I think everyone's had that kind of friend at one time or another in their life. I mean, if you haven't, you probably haven't had enough friends. And it's tough, right? Because then if you say, listen, man, you got to do something, because, we've been talking about this for like 3 months and nothing has changed. You're still doing the drugs. You're still doing the video. You're still doing the prawn. You're not getting out of the house. You're not exercising. You're not getting sunlight. You're not socializing. Like, I'm concerned that I'm not able to pull you up. You're just going to pull me down. And the same thing I think is true with guys who don't date. And, they say single women keep women single, right? And there's a little bit of true of that with men as well. That let's say that you kind of break out of this fear of women in a coffee shop, and you go and talk to a woman in a coffee shop, you get a couple of dates, your friend might be upset about that. He might actually sort of pull you back about that, or, oh, you're such a simp, right? Like anytime I show any sort of sensitivity to or sympathy towards women, I just get endless messages, mangina, and you simp, and you cuck, and you white knight, and you boomer, and you're like, and it's like, that's a dead end. Like that level of rage, like on me, right, is a dead end, and that level of rage on women is a dead end. And maybe I hope to have a conversation with Andrew Wilson. We were going back a little bit and forth, and not in any negative way. I mean, I respect the guy, and I'm a kind of a fan, but we're going to have a conversation about, he says women are to blame. And if okay, but if women are to blame, then there's something about female nature that is different from male nature, which means women aren't to blame. It's like if you've got a bunch of pygmies who are shorter than Danish people, and you say, well, pygmies are shorter, you don't blame them because there's something in the genetics, because height is 100% genetic. There's something in the genetics that means it's not their fault. So you really can't get there. But I really do appreciate you bringing up that topic. And no, I'm not going to go to that person.
May I say one more thing?
Sure.
This was the last thing I was going to say. a sign that there is a first principles problem that is largely being ignored by everybody that just clicked for me like last week: circumcision. The fact that circumcision is so popular and is what that is, I think that needs to click in more people's mind. About
that is a fantastic thing to talk about. I've got an entire presentation. People can find it at fdrpodcast.com, and it's fantastic to bring that up. It's sort of embarrassing for me to forget it, but I'm really glad you brought it up. That, of course, circumcision has been around for a long time. fdrpodcast.com. You can do a search. I've got the whole truth about circumcision. It's absolutely brutal. It raises cortisol levels 6 months after birth. It is often performed without anesthetic, and it is just about the most vicious thing that you can do to hack off a third of a man's penis skin. A boy's, a baby's, an infant's penis skin the moment they get out of the womb is absolutely barbaric and brutal, and should be relegated to the trash heap of history in the same way that we do in any civilized nation for female genital mutilation. So I appreciate you bringing that up.
So I would propose that we focus on getting people to build that desire rather than telling them they must have children.
Sorry, when did I say to people they must have children?
I'm just making that point.
Okay, so you're not talking, I thought you were talking about my arguments.
No, and this is why I assume when I first came to you with this, I assumed I used the phrase, I would not use guilt. But I could be mistaken on that. This is from memory.
So to your point, though, if someone says something to someone else that produces a negative feeling, that person is responsible and should change, right? Change their messaging.
It depends on what their desired goal is. If their desired goal is to guilt the other
desired goal is to change people's minds for the better, right?
Yeah, I would argue
so
that.
Your argument style is producing significant irritation in me, which means you're doing it wrong. Like whatever you're doing.
That's the thing. I can't necessarily control how you react.
Oh, come on, man. You can't do that. You can't say
Am
I'm
I
responsible for
you tell
other
me?
people's you can't say that I'm responsible for other people's negative reactions to my arguments, but that you're not responsible for my negative reaction to your argument.
I am personally trying to lower the level of negativity and instead focus on what I think will be a more effective way to get people to have children.
Right, but you're annoying me in your argumentation style. So you should change it.
How would you prefer I change it?
No, you're the expert. You know how to produce positive responses in people through your argumentation style. That's what you're teaching me, right?
I'm asking you.
Hang on. So if you're an expert on how to have a positive and pleasurable response to your arguments, then why are you so annoying?
I mean, I'm asking you why you're annoyed. It seems like it's because you feel like I'm attacking you for guilting, somehow impugning your honor, which I'm not. I do not wish to do that sort of thing.
It doesn't matter. I'm annoyed, therefore you're communicating badly. In the same way that if I guilt people or they feel guilty, I'm communicating badly. So you're completely responsible for my annoyance, just as I'm responsible for other people's guilt, according to your theory.
That's interesting because you immediately went to a negative statement about my style, which would indicate you're trying to evoke a negative response.
No, I have a negative response to your debating style.
And then
you're talking over me. You're moving the goalposts. You're shifting definitions. You're saying that I'm responsible for other people's emotional states. See, right there, you keep talking over me. So if you are an expert on having people have a positive response to your arguments, then why are you so aggressive and annoying when you argue?
I never claimed to be an expert in people having a positive response to my argument.
You're coming in here to correct me about my communication regarding having children, which means you're claiming an expertise. And if you have an expertise, okay, you cut me off one more time, I'm just going to pull you from the convo because that's really fucking annoying. Okay, you keep talking over me after I have repeatedly asked you to not do that. So why do you keep doing that?
Because you ask questions or you make statements indicating confusion as to my motivation.
No, I'm telling you how I feel and why. You can't correct me on that. If I say I'm annoyed, what are you going to say? No, you're not. I am.
No. I asked you how I can fix it, and then you called me an expert, and I should know.
Yes, you should know, because you're telling me that you are very good at not guilting people, not annoying people, not having people having a negative experience if you're debating, and I'm having a negative experience if you're debating. So of course I don't believe you.
I did not claim to be an expert in that.
Okay, well, this is all just going round and round, and now you're just gaslighting. So, all right. I'm pretty sure everyone else had an annoying experience of that as well, because I can have some very positive and productive debates if you just look at what happened right before. The Hispanic fellow, or the Spanish-speaking fellow, sounded Spanish. We had a great conversation where he made some great points. I made some great points, very enjoyable, very positive. And then this guy comes in all hot and critical and negative and hypocritical and blah, 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 blah. So, but no, I'm sure he's a real expert on how to have people have a positive response to his argument. All right, Hassan. Detoxify the atmosphere, brother. Unmute and let me know what's on your mind. Can't hear you. Can't hear you, Peach. I always get that from the Willem Dafoe character in Finding Nemo. All right, Caston, Cotter, something like that. What's on your mind? Unmute and fill my ears. Sorry, it would help if I actually hit on the tick rather than look on your profile. Unmute. What's on your mind?
Hey, Stefan, how's it going?
Good. How you doing?
I wanted to ask your thoughts on compatibilism.
Yes, free will versus determinism. It was a hot topic back in the day, the origin story of Free Domain back when it was Free Domain Radio. So yeah, why don't you define it for the audience and let's jawbone.
So compatibilism being that free will and determinism are not mutually exclusive.
Well, no, but that's, you got to tell me how it works.
So for me, my idea of this model goes along with pantheism. So it's kind of like, if you are the whole system, if everything is God and God is objectively provable, then you created this whole system. You kind of designed it. And at the same time, it is determinism. You've made it so it can't be changed, but you designed it from the start. Does that go along with your understanding?
That's more of a fortune cookie than a moral or philosophical argument.
Well, do you?
If God is everything and you design your reality, like that's, I don't even know what to make of that. But if you could break it down in a little bit more concrete ways without all the metaphysical stuff, I'd appreciate that.
Sure, we can break it down a little further. So the first thing that we would be establishing, if we're talking about God, if we're bringing God into it at all, is what is God?
Okay, no. See, we're going to do compatibilism. You can't do God at the same time. Compatibilism is a whole separate category. Compatibilism is the argument that free will and determinism are not contradictions, because although you don't know what's coming next in a movie, you don't know exactly what the person's going to do or say, it is still preordained. So we have to live like we have free will, even because we don't know what's coming. And therefore, the perspective of free will is valid in the limited information we have about what's coming, whereas it could be entirely deterministic. And I'm sure I'm butchering it to some degree, but that's my understanding of the general position. It's been a while.
So that would be the discrepancy right there. You're saying live as if you have free will. This would be, from this model that I'm talking about, I'm not going to be woo-woo about it. I'm just saying simply from that perspective, if everything that exists is God, then God is self-evident and you are part of this system.
Okay, so hang on. Are you talking about compatibilism or the universe is God? They're not the same categories of philosophy.
Well, a model that compatibilism would be possible in, your understanding of it is, you said you live as if free will exists, correct?
Well, it's that we don't know what's coming. And even if it is all deterministic, we still have to live as if we have free will, because if we rejected free will, it would be because we knew what was coming, which we can't know.
So that is not a wrong interpretation, but for the model to be true, for free will to actually not be false, it has to go a deeper level, I would argue, and it does have a level of faith to it.
No,
which
it
is why
doesn't.
it's-
No,
sure.
no, it doesn't. Okay, so is any individual
Okay.
atom alive?
I'm not sure. I would say no.
No, okay. I mean, because there are carbon atoms in the heart of the sun, they're definitely not alive, right? So there's no individual atom that is alive, right? Is there any individual neuron that can think?
You would say you have to have a whole bunch of neurons working together, right?
Right. Well, I'm asking you. Don't ask me what I would say. Do you accept that there's no individual, like one single neuron, cannot think? Is that fair to say?
Sure, yes.
Okay, so no individual atom is alive, yet there is such a thing as life, right? No individual neuron can think, yet there is such a thing as thinking. And what that means is that there's something called, I'm sure you've heard the term, and most people have, emergent properties. Now, emergent properties are characteristics that an aggregation of atoms has that no individual atom has. So, for instance, if the Earth was much smaller, the moon would not orbit it. The Earth has to have it has to be a certain size in order to retain the gravitational pull on the moon. Now, no individual atom within the Earth can hold onto the moon's orbit, but you get enough of them together and you can keep the moon around because you have a big enough gravity well. Does this sort of generally make sense so far?
Yes.
So no individual atom has free will any more than any individual atom has the characteristic called life. But free will and consciousness is an emergent property of an aggregation of atoms and neurons and chemicals and brain matter and so on. So the fact that no individual atom has free will does not at all disprove the idea that human consciousness does not have free will any more than the fact that no individual atom has life means that there's no such thing as living organisms. Does that make sense?
And I see what you're saying, but I almost think you have to draw the wall around consciousness when you're discussing something like this. Because we're saying,
what do you mean draw? The skull? Is that the wall around consciousness? I don't know what you mean.
Well, no, you're saying free will and determinism. Obviously, an atom and a neuron, that wouldn't be something that would apply to. But we're talking about consciousness as a whole, which would require, all the neurons, all that goes into that.
Okay, I agree with you. Yeah, consciousness requires all the neurons. All right. Now, we have to understand that, sorry, that's a begging the question. Okay, I think it's important to understand that human consciousness is treated as absolutely unique by everyone. I mean, generally, people do not argue with the television set or boomers, right? Because the television set doesn't have any input, can't listen to you, can't change its behavior, even though it's a complicated thing. People don't argue with the weather, even though the weather is an incredibly complicated thing that, has inputs and outputs. So people only and forever debate with one entity in the universe, which is the human mind, at least sane people, right? I mean, if you're arguing with a light switch, you're probably not doing very well mentally, in which case the first caller might date you. Oh, little burn, but kind of accurate. So if we treat human consciousness as absolutely unique within the universe, then we can't say that human consciousness is just like everything else in the universe because we treat it as absolutely unique. Now, if we go to human consciousness and we say the content of your mind is incorrect and needs to be changed for the better, which we don't do with the television, right? We don't argue with the television and say you should have better programming. I mean, we would go to the people who write and produce the shows and say, well, you should have better programming, but we wouldn't say that to the TV itself. So the moment that we go to a human consciousness and only human consciousness, thus signaling that is completely unique in the universe, and the moment we try to change the contents of that consciousness by an appeal to reason and evidence, we're saying that only human consciousness has the capacity to change its mind based on reason and evidence. We don't try and use reason with horses or rocks or clouds or anything like that. We only use reason with the human mind. Now, free will is our capacity to compare proposed actions to ideal standards. You know, if you want to lose weight, should you eat the cheesecake? Well, if you want to lose weight, you probably shouldn't, whereas animals would generally eat the cheesecake until they get sick. If I want to be moral, I should be honest. If courage is a virtue, I should act in a manner that is in accordance with that virtue. So free will is our capacity, not the absolute, because it's free will. It's the possibility. It's our capacity to compare proposed actions to ideal standards. Now, you can't possibly argue against this. I mean, you could try, but you'll fail. And not because I'm such a great debater, but because it's logically impossible. You cannot argue against that. Because if you say to someone, I disagree with you that we have the capacity to compare proposed actions to ideal standards, then we're saying you should compare your response to my argument with its truth. So you should accept that my argument is true, and therefore you should change your behavior in what you say, because we can't tell what people think, we can only tell what they say, right? So your actions should change in accordance with an ideal standard called the truth, which I'm communicating to you. So if you're trying to change someone's mind through appeal to an ideal standard called the truth, consistency, rationality, evidence, or whatever, then you are fully accepting that human mind has the capacity to compare proposed actions to ideal standards. It cannot be argued against unless you simply don't participate in the debate at all, if that makes sense.
So I don't think that we would have a big difference between our understandings of free will. Comparing proposed actions to ideal standards, I have no problem with that. I guess what we would need to narrow down is, let's say we had a crystal ball in 10 years' time. Is that something that we control, that we have a say in? Or
sorry,
will
I don't know
it
what
be,
do you mean by a crystal ball in 10 years' time?
well, forget the crystal ball. Let's just say we can see 10 years into the future.
But we can't see 10 years into the future.
Well, let's just
No,
say
we can't.
let's
We
not
can't.
talk
No,
about seeing.
no, that's
not
like
talk about.
saying in math. Okay, let's say that 2 and 2 make 5 and go from there. It's like, but 2 and 2 doesn't make
All
5.
right.
So everything we conclude from that which is impossible is false.
Then let me rephrase it to where it would be possible. So let's say 10 years into the future. Is it something that we have a say in, or is
Sorry,
it
what do
a
you mean by?
definite?
Sorry, I'm not sure what you mean by 10 years into the future. That didn't clarify.
So what is 10 years into the future? This would be 2035.
Yeah, but we can't see 10 years in the future.
No, you don't have to see it.
Okay, so what are you saying?
Is it, we're just asking, is it something we have a say in, that we can actually have free will in our ability to change it, or is it concrete?
It's what concrete?
Is the world 10 years into the future concrete?
By concrete, do you mean we are unable to change it?
Let's say your actions, are you able to change it in a way? See, this comes back to if
No, finish it. Don't just finish your question. I don't give me tangents when I don't understand the central point.
No,
So what are you
I
saying?
see what you're saying, because you said you were a compatibilist, right?
Nope, I did not say that. You brought up compatibilism. I defined it. I didn't say I was. I'm an absolute free willer. Yeah, but go ahead.
Okay, so you believe in absolute free will. So
I mean, I absolutely believe in free will. I don't know what absolute free will means. I mean, I can't choose to fly unaided. So, but anyway, go ahead with your 10 years, 2035. What are we doing with 2035?
Well, I'm trying to think of the best way to explain this, but what it comes down to is, if you have free will, if you do have free will, then you would have had to have designed this from the start.
I don't know what you're talking about. Designed what from the start? Just
again, this goes back to pantheism, where you are the whole system.
Have you done a lot of drugs?
You said you believe in free will, right?
I'm just curious. Have you done a lot of drugs?
Do you believe in free will?
I'm just curious. You don't have to answer, but I am curious. Have you done a lot of drugs?
Sure. Let's say I've done all the drugs. Yes, I've done a lot of drugs. But
Do you think that's done any harm to your reasoning?
I don't think so.
Because you're bad at it.
You believe in free will.
No, but you're bad at reasoning, and I'm not disparaging. There's tons of things I'm bad at. I mean, I'm bad at writing operas, but I don't go in and try and write operas. So you're not good at reasoning. And
well, science is on the side of determinism and saying that you don't have control of the outcome. But you're saying that you believe in free will.
No, free will is morally true. It's not something free will is logically true. It's logically valid. It's not like I believe in it, like I just believe, it's validated. And everyone who debates with me also accepts it because you're trying to change my mind, right?
Well, I'm not sure. This could be a computer program that I was programmed to try and change your mind.
Oh, okay. Well, then
if you bring
I'm
it to
going
simulation
to,
theory, is that unreasonable?
well, no, see, I'm just going to dump him because that's my programming. All right.
Okay.
No problem, man. I appreciate the
So it sounds
drug-addled.
like you
I
don't have
appreciate
an
the drug-addled
argument.
talk.
It sounds like you don't have an argument to.
Yeah, kids don't do drugs. Please don't do drugs. The machinery of the brain is very easy to wreck. All right, last one. Let's end with a bang.
Enslaved us more or less to participate, and then.
Right. Think for yourself. Hit me with your.
In terms of the letting other people live in my own home,
I would say that's
moral standard because I'm not living that way. One you brought up, but it shouldn't be part of anything. Somehow doubt it, but go ahead.
So
I enjoy this conversation. I enjoy these conversations, and I'm glad that I was even for a moment exposed to criticism, because that's really what I value. I want to know more. I want to think better. I want to be exposed to these ideas.
All right. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Interesting conversation. All right, let's do a palate cleanser. And let's see. So harsh on everyone. So I am fairly fierce. He's back.
I'm so sorry. I think I apologize.
Okay, no problem.
You can keep going.
Hang tight.
Hello, Stefan. I'll give you a palate cleanser.
I somehow doubt it, but go ahead.
So I'm assuming the last guy said that his base was maximization of human happiness. I think it should be maximization of societal security.
Okay.
That's my base. So let's say I'm an atheist. And I just want to maximize societal security. I can deny that I would want to have homeless people in my house on that basis.
Okay, I'm not sure what you mean by security, though.
Well, if you're saying the last guy should have homeless people in his house because his baseline was societal happiness, I would say that sounds pretty dangerous to have a bunch of homeless people in my house.
Okay, still don't know what you mean by security, though.
Security means your physical safety.
Okay, so then all that people do is they say, I'm in extreme danger if I don't get $50,000. I need to build a security fence. I'm being threatened. I'm in danger. And so they're just going to demand, for the sake of security, all this money, and you're going to have to evaluate things one by one and blah, 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 right?
But we would deny that. We would say that that's not true. You don't need $50,000 to be safe.
Okay, $5,000, $2,500, $1,000. I need to install a security system. I need to get a gun. I need to whatever. Like, they'll just say, I feel unsafe. You got to give me resources, and then what?
Well, I'm an ANCAP like yourself. I deny Keynesian economics and the ability to just produce money out of thin air like yourself. So I don't believe that we should just be creating money for these people. No.
I didn't say creating money. You could tax people and redistribute it. And like you're saying that society needs to be maximized around security, well, then women will say, listen, I feel unsafe walking around. I need money for a hot Chippendales guard to stroll around the bad neighborhoods with me or to come with me to bars to make sure nobody roofies my drink. And it'd be great if he had abs and was 6'3".
Well, if taxation is theft, then we would say that's not safety, right? We would say that that's a violation of safety.
Okay, so then the principle would be private property rights and not anything to do with security, because security could be fake. Like you could fake feeling insecure to get resources, right?
Well, it's private property rights and the non-aggression principle, as you know.
Okay, good. So then we're private property rights, non-aggression principle. So the whole security thing is kind of a red herring, right?
Well, that would encompass what security is.
Okay, so security, you just mean property rights.
And the non-aggression principle. So if I have a bunch of homeless people in my house, I don't feel very safe, and I'm probably going to be aggressed against.
Okay, got it. All right. So yeah, private property, non-aggression principle, that's good, but the security stuff is a bit of a red herring. So
I don't agree. I think that that is what security is.
no, that's why we have the term private property rights. Whether you call that security or not, I mean, security usually has a different meaning to that. Like if you say, I want to hire security, you're hiring guards, right? That's not necessarily
maybe
right? Enforcing private property rights. So this is different. It's a different concept. But anyway,
I don't agree. I don't agree. I think it's. I think if you're hiring security, you could hire cameras. You could buy cameras. You could do a bunch of things that don't involve hiring a guard.
okay, listen, I mean, we're talking about the same thing, just different terms. I try to be, if I'm talking about private property, I want to talk about private property because security means a bunch of things to a bunch of different people. So I just would rather stick with the terms that are more objective and commonly defined. But I appreciate your call. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate you. Thank you, man. Unless you're willing to continue talking.
No, I'll get one more person.
All right.
All right. Richard, noggin. What's on your mind, my friend?
A word is just a word. And white people have been manipulated and controlled by that word for 70 years or so now. And look what it has done to my country. Let me go.
Having answered the 84,000 customers, governors can slow down consulting, which is happy bill. Using somebody as an astral platform, he goes from illumination to union.
All as soon as you call in.
Oh, honorable and or Peter.
And that's going to happen.
Stretching the syllables now. What's on your mind? Keaton. Buster or who's the other famous Keaton? Oh, the Batman guy. Jeez. Michael Keaton. There we go. Or Peter Keating. I guess we're just stretching the syllables now. What's on your mind, friend?
Do you believe that rationality can be calculated like math at some point?
Yes.
Okay. How do you think that's going to happen?
What do you mean? What do you mean it's going to happen? It's been a 3,000-year project of philosophy to use reason to get to the truth.
Right. But I'm saying we could fix the annotation and make it so that it's not even a debatable thing anymore.
Well, so what do you mean by fix the annotation?
So right now, the annotation of language is the alphabet, right? If we're talking about English, would you agree with that?
English is composed of letters in the alphabet. I certainly agree with that.
Okay. So what I'm suggesting is that we could fix the annotation by removing the redundant letters and by ordering according to symbolic logic principles.
What are the redundant letters in the alphabet?
So the redundant letters are going to be S, C, Q, W, Let's see.
Are you trolling? I mean, this sounds like the old Steve Martin joke, you know. You say, hey, if you want to commit a crime, this is an old Steve Martin bit. Like, if you want to commit a crime, you put in 2 reasonable demands and 1 crazy demand, so you can always claim the insanity defense. So you say, I want $1 million, a getaway car, and I want the letter M stricken from the English language. And then he laughs and says, getaway car. That's crazy, right? So are you saying that you want particular letters struck from the English language in order to improve rationality? So I would be Teflon because you're getting rid of S, right?
Here's what I would be. I would say we combine those redundant letters into the most logical, multifaceted letter for each case. So the idea.
Okay, so yeah, sorry, drugs are bad, kid. Drugs are bad, kids. Don't do them. All right.
He seems to just be constantly like going different places and running everything.
Love to
Frame
hear
gesture
that.
emoji.
Give it a try. I mean, what can you lose by trying? Just go and you'll see God is there.
Arbitrary name sent $11. Keaton Hudima next. Newton didn't invent calculus. Leibniz knew utopia was possible. If any religion were true, wouldn't they have had the characteristic universalis himself before me? Jesus Christ would have been the most forgiving person, ergo he would forgive you for not being sure if he existed. Stop fair.
That's retarded.
Patin Roy percent $15. Candace, never mind Jews getting kicked out of countries or killing Christ or clipping coins. It's actually the Frankist skies. Wonder how many retards signed up for her Frankist book club. Great show. W ratios.
You have to feel sorry for them. You have to feel sorry for all the moms that are like, oh, Candace is going to, dude, she can't even read, dude. Oh, Candace is going to explain this book. Dude, ask her to read the menu at Arby's. Could she actually even read the entire thing? She pronounced napalm, or something like that. Did you see that? Napalm or something. She mispronounces words and misuses words on the regular. I'm not even sure she can read. And you got all these boomer women are like, Candace has a book club. It's like, brother. She can't read.
John Dave Irving sent $110. Nick, took my grandma off of life support to be able to afford the premium group chat.
Very good. Thank you for the big super chat. Very
Unknown
funny.
5 sent $20. God bless you, kid.
Thank you.
Arbitrary name sent $15.
Duplicate.
The Titus option sent $100. Good show 07.
Thank you for the big super chat.
He seems to just be constantly like going different places and running everything.
Hello. My name is Keaton Hudima, and I have solved the Liber All cipher. And this is the most famous occult text, modern occult text. Let's put it that way. By Aleister Crowley. It's Aleister Crowley's Bible, if you will. You don't have to believe anything in there, but let me show you what I've done to prove that I've solved the very famous cipher in chapter 2, verse 76, which they call the Liber All cipher. And people always try to do gematria on this. Gematria is one of the themes of the book. It is probably one of the top 3 priority themes of the book, gematria.
and trying to legitimize gematria and trying to show that there is deep wisdom that could be shown. And yet Crowley says there's something wrong with English gematria and says that somebody should reorder and revalue the English alphabet and figure out what to do with it, because he doesn't know what to do. He knows it in Hebrew, so that's why all this shit has Hebrew in it. Because he's like, okay, these guys figured out how to do this, and they're all doing inside jokes with their gematria, but it's not really that interesting in English yet. Well, this cipher is the solution to that. Another verse in Liber of the Legis instructs everyone to so that's in the book. Reorder and revalue the alphabet. So, I had been thinking about that for a while, but it was never like something I was sure was possible. Most people that look into it come to the conclusion there's probably nothing to it. Completely unrelated to it, really. I think. I wouldn't say that. I'm sure it is related. I just started thinking about what letters in English are the most redundant. The letters in English are the most that are redundant that we could do without. It turns out we only need 18 letters in the English alphabet. 18 represents all 26. Okay, so a brief explanation of why the alphabet is ordered the way it is. Let's go into that. It's going to start with the number 5. It's a 5-based alphabet system, and a 5 is the most powerful rune. Let me tell you why. It's the most powerful sigil, most powerful force that we're ignoring right now. Let me tell you why. Because we use 5 to represent, at first I had it as C, because C represented K, Q, S, and itself. So we take that 5, and the reason why that sound would be first is because S starts the most letters in English by far. You can look it up. It's by far the letter that starts the most words. And so if we were gonna lump C and Q and K and S together, we're already lumping C and K together all the time. We hardly ever use Q. We use S and C interchangeably all the time. So I figured out a way to make it not confusing at all if you actually see how it's used in practice. Where if you just lump it all together, it's very simple. We lump it all into the 5 to represent this system. Next, you go E, which is the most common letter in English. Doesn't start the most words, but it's the most common letter. And then this unlocks a vowel pentagram system. That is very beautiful, and it illustrates the geometry of a base 5 linguistic system. Now, besides, if this cipher didn't exist, this would be cool. But because of the existence of this cipher, it makes it prophecy. And I'll tell you why. Because I ordered that. Okay, well, let me explain the fucking alphabet first. I'm getting ahead of myself. So the E starts that pentagram system, and then you go T, N, R, A, H, D, L, O, G, and G would be 20, and also G would encompass J because it's more multifaceted. We're removing all of the redundant letters, and when you remove all the redundant letters, you reveal my system. So we got rid of the J. Let me start from the top. So we go 5, E. 5 is valued as 1. That 5 that starts the alphabet is not valued as 5 in gematria. That's the important point that you have to understand. It's just a symbol. Just like how we use L or I and 1 interchangeably. It's just a symbol. So that 5 that starts the alphabet is actually just a letter. But then we also have the number 5, which represents the letter R. And I'll explain, I'll have illustrations and everything you need. So 5, E, T, N, R, A, H, D, L, O, G, M, P, I is 50. This unlocks another poem later on, but I is 50. I is 50. I is the thing that sees all, the 5. Because in gematria, 50 and 5 are the same damn thing. 60 is B. Notice how it looks like a little B. Notice how the 30 looks like the M. Notice how, and then we go 70, V. Notice how the 70 looks like a V. Notice how the 80 is, the 80 is X. 80 is dope. Or X is dope. And X
overcompasses Z because X is more multifaceted. X 90 is U. So, and then at the top of that structure, you have 93 that further illuminates the proof.
And since I'm not interested in making any more videos or posts about how I've 100% cracked the cipher, I'm just going to go through it quickly. I have the converted cipher here. Here is the handwritten cipher by Aleister Crowley, or by Aiwass, I should say. Aiwass, in the King's Chamber of the Great Pyramid. This is the line 76 that is the whole topic of this video. Does this mean anything? Even people who believe that this was written by preternatural intelligence sometimes say, no, this doesn't mean anything, as if you can say that, as if those two things line up. Yeah, it was written by an alien, but that cipher, it doesn't mean anything. No. I took it at face value and took it and gave it a chance to say, this is real. Let's say this was written by a fucking alien. Okay, let's assume that. This is the halfway point. This is the only thing I've added here, is this line. This is what I've added. I mean, me, Keaton Hudema, has added this line here in the facsimile that they put in the back of the Book of the Law. This is the Book of the Law. They put the original handwriting in the back. I'll explain how this works very clearly. So, and actually, there is a misprint in the text version that's in the front of this book. That's why I'm showing you the original handwriting, because the misprint is this V right here, which is printed as a Y, and I get why it's controversial, but I'll show you why it's a V. I'll show you what opens up when you treat it as a V. I'll show you. And it's at least debatable. It's at least debatable. I mean, it's not even debatable. It is, yeah, you would say, if you just saw this shape, that's what I'm saying, is at least debatable. But in this instance, it's not debatable. This was intended to be a V. And I'll tell you why. This is the halfway point here. And further evidence that this is a V, Crowley doesn't even claim to have written it. Let's say he was around for the first copy of it that was printed. He says, I think it was a Y. Even he's saying a fucking alien wrote it. And here's why I can prove an alien wrote it, basically. Here's why. Here's the fucking translated version. Don't worry about these letters. We're just worried about the numbers. It turns out that these letters don't matter, right? Yeah, these letters, if it already is a number on the cipher, then disregard the letters. I was trying to see if that was another message, but I don't think it matters. We're just going numbers, then we translate the letters. So A 6, B 60, K would be, I still have it as C here, but it should be a 5. There. Five equals 1. So that should be a 5. Because when I was first making the system, I went through all kinds of different little iterations trying to figure it out. Then when I realized the 5 was the key, that's how we got here. So disregard the C. That was something I was playing with. And really, I could have figured it out faster if I used the S. But I went with the C because I like the double entendre there. C, C, if you know what I mean. To see, like, these letters, I'm trying to pair it with E because E has a value of 2, G has a value of 20. I don't think that matters because it's already a 2 and a 4 on here. Then we go A, L, G, M, O, R. Oh, there's some letters that I got to translate on my system. 6, 9. A is 6, L is 9, G is 20, which reduces to 2, M is 30, which reduces to 3, O is 10, which reduces to 1, R is 5. You'll see some patterns that indicate that the cipher was intended to be split into 2. For instance, it's 15 characters in each half of the cipher, and it ends with 15. Then you'll see this other pattern here that stops at the halfway point. 4 and 6 is 10. Again, this is all about gematria. So any use of gematria here is absolutely makes sense. We're applying it to the Book of the Law, which is one of the big popularizers of gematria outside of, I guess, Hebrew. So we go 4 and 6 is 10 equals 1. 3 and 8 is 11 equals 2. A and B is 12 equals 3. No one said it had to be 2 by 2 either. So I'm here to make that pattern continue. But it still stops at the halfway point. That's why it's legitimate. It doesn't have to be 2 by 2. So then we would go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah, there we go. Sorry. See, I'm not some math whiz, but I figured out a different type of math. Right? 1, 2, 3, 7, 6, 13. Then we go 9. We're reducing as we go, by the way. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. There's your other part. This pattern stops here. You can't even find a 16 if you go all the way down. This pattern stops at the 15. And I'll add that for it to be sufficiently logical, it would have to go all the way down to their roots. So earlier I was saying 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. No. For it to apply consistently, it would have to go down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So earlier it was probably a little not as technical as I should have been when I was saying 11, when I was saying 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Because it's better if we go 4, 6, 10, 1, 3, 8, 11, 2, 6, 60, 12, 3, 1, 2, 4, 6, 13, 4, 9, 29, 59, 14, 5, and here's why, because when you get to the 10 and the 5, if I would have reduced all the way down, then it would be 6. So 6, and I wouldn't have been able to actually make it 50. Well, yeah, I could. What was I thinking that would be a problem? Why did I say that? Because I was saying if I reduced it all the way, that's why, because it would have just been a 6. So to make it consistent, you got to reduce it down to this single digit, and you can't make it into a 7. Okay, so I'm going to show you how you get the solution of 51, which is how you solve that other poem I showed you. So, you just match each side 4, 4, go slowly here so that everybody can see. Here's a 6. Here's a 6. Here's a 3. Here's a 3. Here's a 1. Here's a 1. Again, that C should be a 5. This is an older list. What else do we got? I know there's a 5. Here's a 5. Here's a 5. Now there's a 4. There must be another 4. Yeah. This is why you have to reduce down. One number that pops up so much in this that I still don't quite understand is 69. It's even called Liber 69 now, AL 69. And just throughout text, 69, I guess, is like the yin yang, or like the vector that makes this all happen or something. It's really trippy. I don't fully understand it. I'm gonna need the help of mathematicians. Here we have an 8 and an 8, right? I mean, you need the help of a lot of people, man. This side certainly didn't have an eye. Wait, let me think. I don't want to. Because it ends up with that. Right. We got this O and this O. Here's an M30 and a T30. You reduce because you match. Yeah. So an M and a T would be equal in this system. That's why the alphabet unlocks it. And the book itself asks you to reorder and revalue the alphabet for this reason, to unlock the cipher. Right, 7, 7, 8, 9, right. XL. Here, so we get rid of this one. This one. We're left with 6, 6, 6, 2, and oh wait, is there another 2? Yeah. Because we are wait. Yeah, 6, 6, 6, 2. We'll keep that G. Seven, 8, 9. G, 6, 6, 6. See what I'm saying? And then those are the only ones they can't match. And then that equates to 51. Kind of ignore this. This isn't a good explanation, but this was when I was trying to explain the remainder. There's another way you can, I mean, I'm not even gonna get into that, but let's see if you guys can process this. This equates to this much in the first half, this much in the second half, and that comes together to equal 51. And then you apply that to, you apply my alphabet that I just told you the entire value of to um, 151 of Liber Alva Legis. And that's when you'll see that here, I'll just turn it around for you here. So this is Liber 151 of Liber Alva Legis. This is a riddle that I've solved because when you apply my, look, 18, when you apply my cipher to the, or my alphabet to the cipher at the end, you get a remainder of 51, which is 2666 and then 7789.
Those numbers are the remainder, and then together they equal 51. As if that's, yeah, and that's another point of proof. This is the biggest coincidence that's ever been scientifically documented. Nobody is understanding, and he knew that it would be mathematically impossible to fathom, so he created a linguistic pathway for everybody to see, which is 151. There are 4 gates to one palace. Here's one gate, which is the 1. Here's another gate, which is the 5. But that's not the whole gate. The gates are over here. It says, there are 4 gates to one palace. The floor of that palace is of silver and gold. Lapis lazuli and jasper are there, in all rare scents. Jasmine and rose, and the emblems of death. Him enter and turn, or him stand on the floor, sink, but therefore, foods. Which I was kind of going back and forth on if the foods should be included, because it kind of seems optional. I lean towards not including it, honestly, but it's interesting that that's kind of optional. And then the second verse, how does it get unlocked? How does this is the main path right here. This is the floor of that place, whatever. This is like the first normie entrance, which is the normal way to read. 1, 2 is let at once the 4 gates. Let of the palace, will he not? And then see how that question mark was actually for this one? Will he not, question mark? How warrior. If thy are means, I didn't mean to put that little dash by the thy, but if thy are means and means, dress ye all in fine apparel, eat. And that's where you can decide if you want to say, I say eat foods and drink sweet wines and wines that foam. Also, that's why I wrote trap right there. Also, take your fill and will of love as ye will, when, where, and with whom you will, but always unto me. Me equals 5 in my system. Let equals 5. So that's how we got in with those. 1, 2. And then we go goodly, rich, which means being rich and being good. That's the other entrance. That gets you into the other way. That's 1 path, 2 path, 3 path, 4. And it creates this structure out of the gematria. 1, me equals 5, let equals 5. And that's what makes 5 a letter. Do you understand? And it's illustrating the type of temples. There's 4 gates to one palace. Or the types of gates, I should say. It's like this one that has all the gold and all the jasper. And then you get there and him enter and turn, or, oh, you hesitated. And then he stands on the floor, sinks, but therefore foods. I almost want to include the foods. I think I should. I don't know. It's I don't know the symbology of that. But this is all a symbolic logic curriculum. And I need to get people that are actually smart on this, because I've been trying to train dummies for a while about this. Let at once the four gates. Let of the palace. Will he not? Question mark. See how that question mark is made to be there? Ho, warrior. And so this is like, so when he asks, so this is the five getting in and asking. Let at once the four gates. Let of the palace. Will he not? Question mark. And then this is him being replied to by the temple, or by like the temple palace or whatever. Ho, warrior. If that's dress ye all in fine apparel, eat and drink sweet wines and wines that foam. Also take your will and fill of love as ye will. When, where, and with whom ye will, but always unto me. Do you see what I'm saying? This was made to be a path here. It's a piece of poetry he's made. He's a fucking poet. Me, I don't even know if he did this or if it's subconscious. That's the part that I'm like, if he knew, why wouldn't he have published that he had this superior quantum alphabet that simplifies gematria? He must not have known. And this is all just a coincidence. Be goodly rich. Silver and gold. It's pretty insane. And I'll show you guys what I have. That brings me to this other structure, which is 18 intersecting fives. So 1 5 to represent each character of this new alphabet system. Quintabet system, I should say. And we add the angles there to represent the 5 vowels. Of course, it's a 5-based system. We have 5 vowels. It's not a stretch to say it would be a base 5 linguistic system. We have 5 vowels. And when you make those 18 intersecting fives in symbolically logical intersecting 5 shaped areas that open up from the first pair of intersecting 5s, you get a perfect octagon. And that illustrates my 5-based life. I would call it a tree of life, but it's whatever you want it to be. It's the 5. It's the 5 system. It's the 5 magic, whatever you want to call it. This is what it looks like. Okay, this is going to be probably as close as I can get to putting it all in one place for tonight, but it's not perfect. I have a little overlap here. I don't really give a fuck. But this illustrates the cipher reduction process. Comes out to 6662 in the first half.
7, 7, 8, 9, 7, 8, 7, 9, whatever. I don't actually know which order. I'm pretty sure it might be this 7, 8, 7, 9. But we get that 7, 7 and that 6, 6, 6. That's just geometric proof. Sort of like geometry proof, geometric proof in this case, as to the sacredness of the text. That sums to 51. Let's see, I actually didn't notice that. 20 and 31 to 4. Okay, so there's my little, do what you will with that. The 2 and the 4 results in the remainder of 51. That can't be, these can't be going into each other. Perhaps this is the, I'm not even gonna speculate. This is already getting woo-woo enough. I'm not gonna speculate what these not being able to meld into each other like all of the other characters means. Maybe that's the reason for suffering for matter, who knows. But as far as my writing, I never use AI at all. But I use it a little bit just for the code here. So I can get this cool pentagram here popping up. Because I've drawn it enough. I want a nice programmed one like that. Recognize 360. Yeah, see, I told us to recognize that. It's not, I'm not sure how important it is, but it's symbolic. We got that 666 in the first, 77. They can't mix. And then we have the 89, which was, of course, in the original cipher. We had the 2 and the 4 and the 8 and the 9. Wow. That's just clicking for me. That's just clicking for me. Okay, so we had the 2 and the 4, which was that, the 2 and the 4, and then we had the 8 and the 9. Wow. The amount of synchronicities in this motherfucker is just insane. This is the way I got it. Because it kept shutting down, but then when I said it was like for my tribal heritage, it was like, oh, okay, let me help you, let me help you. But before that, I was like, nah, get lost. We're not using our data power on you. But then when I was like, it's for my unique culture, it started doing anything I asked. Yeah, this is the general structure. The 5 is should be a little higher here, which I may fix later on. I don't call it a tribal alphabet. Again, that's just what I had to put in to make it happen. And that's the method I used. You can see, it's actually pretty good at explaining here. We're just taking note of the interesting numbers. And what we find is that this book, Liber Alva Legis, folds in on this system to a point where it's miraculous. This new system makes more sense than Kabbalah. It makes more sense than any magical system. Look, that's all it is. I got this tatted on me the night before I discovered that 151 riddle. The number 5 rewarded me, and it will reward you too. Oh shit, I might tattoo this much shit on my forehead. I might get $1 million the next day. Because it's really, really unbelievable. It's very simple.
No one can explain Kabbalah. They all pretend to understand Kabbalah. I've spent longer, I promise you. I know you may think you have a lot of experience under your belt. I have contemplated this more than 99.999. Maybe you've contemplated it as much as me. I'm not even going to give you that, but if you want to say that, that's fine. Listen, Kabbalah makes no fucking sense. They're all just pretending it makes sense. And they're assigning these numbers to letters. There's 22 letters, right? They're assigning numbers to it like 200, 400. Let me look it up right now. Look it up for everybody right now. Hebrew letter values. Let's debunk Kabbalah right now. Letters 1 through 9, right? Anyway, they have one that equals like 40, 30. Oh, okay. Well, I have that too. That's fine. But then they go 300, 200, 400. Letters 100 through 400. I don't understand. They have 1 through 9 and they have 10 through 90, which I agree with. But why do you need 100, 200, 300, 400? That's where it actually loses a mathematical coherence and a mathematical consistency. And when you have an 18 split perfectly down the middle, let me show you why my system is more mathematically coherent than Kabbalah. Because it has, okay, let me really map this out. So Hebrew 1 through 9, 10 through 90, that would be 18, which is where they should have stopped. 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 100, 200, 300, 400. Unnecessary, I argue. And let me show you why. Look up high five. Ready for this? High five, baby. That's why. Because it makes a lot more sense. And we can run some numbers through it. Let's run some numbers through it. Here's what I'll do. I'll just put screenshots of some of the results. But so there it is with Kabbalah. Enochian, even Crowley said that they fucked it up and that they didn't know what I won't say they didn't know what they were doing. They might have been bad people, or they might have just been pressured by the times, more likely. Of course they weren't bad. There's no bad or good, really. But John Dee had an incentive to stop the Catholic Church, which he used Enochian as a way to do so. This is the true Enochian. What I possess, this base 5 linguistic system, is Enochian. We're talking about names for it. It's the quantum alphabet, it's the quintum alphabet, it's the 5 alphabet, it's the Liber alphabet. I've turned Liber all Val Legis into Libertarian Val Legis. It's the Moon alphabet. It's a preternatural alphabet. It's probably the Indo-European alphabet. You could probably talk to ghosts with it. No, I don't even know if I believe in ghosts. That's how skeptical I am. I know this is real though. I know this is real. Call it whatever you want. You can call it the Hoodim alphabet. Quantum alphabet is probably the best for marketing just because that's real hot right now. Quantum. And it is the base form of sound. I gotta imagine that it's the base representation, the base symbolic logic representation of English. Keep trying to flex the 5. It's 5 o'clock somewhere, baby. And just to clarify, it's not that Kabbalah is completely useless. It's useful within the context of its own system. So if these rabbis want to make little inside jokes with themselves and you know, come up with reasons why there should be 100, 200, 300, 400, then that's their prerogative. But I'm trying to make just the most minimalist quantum alphabet, really, which turns out to be 18 letters. I'm not trying to insult Kabbalah at all, but the point is we have something that's a more free-based, magical system now, which they may not even be interested in. They close it off until you're over 40 anyway. So this is for the extremists, the people that are the wingsuit divers of the spirit realm, if you will. You'll notice on the same page where that cipher was, again, they have it misprinted as a Y here. It wouldn't even matter. I could make it so that it was a Y and it would still be valued as 70. I'm telling you it was a V. So I have no reason to lie, really. I'm pretty sure I could have valued a Y as a 70 and it would have been consistent, no. But no, it was actually a V, and that's what it is. On this same page, you'll see, that's interesting, the name of thy house, 418. Now, the name of thy house, 418. This is another huge proof. This is right underneath the cipher. It's directly connected. And this connects to Liber 418, which tells the story of the Aethers and Enochian and the angels as we understand them. And the big inside joke which is that nobody so far has been able to discover the power of the 5, the most powerful rune. So you know how we have this is one thing that I would only be able to talk about with you. You know how we have our understanding of words that sound funny, like Ezewa and Cinque,
yes.
And like
like I'm coming up with other ones, and I'm realizing that there's like a structure to that too, and that's like encoded in it as a subset, where it's like funny sounds, like there was this one line that was funny. I don't know which ones you would find funny though. That one you wouldn't. Schmendrick. Schmendrick is funny though, right? Schmendrick. And that's like this kind of that's probably like a Yiddish word, Schmendrick, and it's like referred to as like a dick or like just a funny, like Schmendrick is one, and then there's whole sentences that are like that, and that's what I'm trying to capture. You know what I mean? That's what I've been after this whole time. It's really unfolded in such a beautiful way because nobody respects. Fuck the potato with it. That's what you gotta do, I guess. Some weird bullshit. Ancient ritual or something. The cat calling. Jesus Christ, man, with these things. Is this gonna work? It should. Come on, baby. Come on, baby, take a chance with us. Meet me at the back of the gayest thing I've ever done right here. Smoking. Is this even gay? I don't know. Seems pretty cool to me. Like you really gotta fuck it in there. I'm even using a little pencil to help with that. Right. Look at this part because it's too goddamn wet in that potato pussy. Woo! God damn it, bro. This is so goddamn funny, man. Oh my god. This is so funny to me. No, that's not completely right yet. Come on, bro. Okay, I need this to connect. It's like in a It's like in Castaway when he's like, the air got to it. God damn it, the air got to it. God fucking damn it, though. The air's getting to it. This is some bullshit. Fuck. I need this all the way in there, baby. Fuck that potato. Fuck that potato. So now we're even further in. I need that to be airlocked. God, fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Not an insult. It means something completely different. New language, baby. Base 5. A piece of potato. Come on, baby. This damn thing light. Look at the air. There's somewhere here. I'm thinking the straw is necessary. Should just interlock in there somehow. It should, theoretically. Come on, where's the end of that bitch? Give me that potato. Fuck yes. See how it's like a sexual satisfaction I get just from my own language? Just fucking spitting on the floor. Who cares anymore? This is the age of contradictianity. I've made the absurd sane. I've made the absurd sound. I've made nonsensical. Come on. Might send this to Red Bar. Come on. The other way around. Could it be? So that would make it like that. You know what? I do that. That is kind of interesting. So I just go like, you know, it's like a walkie-talkie. It's kind of dope. Satan, do you copy? That's right, guys. Direct communication with Satan. Boo, 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 boo. Guys are all fucking retards. I'll explain exactly why. With science. Jesus fucking Christ, where's the air getting to it? I gotta make this airtight somehow now.
Not merely a spoken tongue, but a symbolic language, a universal script of thought. While still in his early 20s, Leibniz wrote treatises proposing a logical alphabet, or alphabet of human thought. He believed that complex ideas could be broken down into simpler components, just as sentences are formed from words, and words from letters. These basic units of meaning, once defined, could be recombined to express any thought, any concept, any truth. He compared this process to arithmetic, where simple numerals can construct vast equations and solve enormous problems. If such a language could be created, it would revolutionize human communication. Misunderstandings would vanish. Scientific disputes could be resolved through calculation. and philosophical questions could be debated with the precision of geometry. Leibniz was not alone in such dreams. His contemporaries, including Descartes and Hobbes, also sought more rigorous foundations for human thought. But Leibniz's approach was distinct. He wanted not only a better way to express ideas, but a system that could calculate with them. In his mind, this was not just a linguistic problem, it was a mathematical one. He believed reason itself could be mechanized. If ideas could be encoded properly, then reasoning could be performed like arithmetic. This astonishing vision would remain with him for life. To realize such a goal, Leibniz immersed himself in the study of formal languages, symbols, and classification systems. He studied ancient languages, Egyptian hieroglyphs, and even alchemical symbols. He explored how different cultures encoded knowledge and how meaning was conveyed beyond spoken words. In doing so, he began building his own systems of representation, experimenting with symbols and combinations. He kept detailed notes on each attempt, refining his concepts with a careful mathematical mindset. The challenge was immense. But Leibniz believed that with enough clarity and logic, even the most complex ideas could be captured by symbols. His fascination extended beyond philosophy into engineering. He sketched designs for machines that could assist in the manipulation of symbols and ideas. One of his earliest inventions, the stepped reckoner, could perform addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division mechanically. This was no idle curiosity. It was a physical manifestation of his dream. If thoughts could be expressed in symbols, and symbols manipulated like numbers, then machines could one day reason. This belief foreshadowed modern computing. Centuries before the digital age, Leibniz imagined a world in which logic and machinery worked together to enhance human understanding. Yet even at this early stage, Leibniz knew he was just beginning. His universal language was still a dream, a brilliant but distant goal. He would go on to spend his life refining the principles behind it, applying them across fields as diverse as mathematics, theology, and diplomacy. But it all began in Leipzig, in the mind of a curious boy surrounded by books and questions. From those pages emerged not just a scholar, but a visionary. A thinker who dared to believe that language could unlock the universe itself. Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz was not satisfied with knowledge that was fragmented or compartmentalized. To him, truth was a single tapestry, woven from many threads: mathematics, philosophy, theology, and metaphysics. As a young scholar, he pursued these fields simultaneously, searching for the deep structures that unified them all. He was convinced that the language of mathematics held more than numerical truths. It offered a glimpse into the architecture of reality itself. In his eyes, God had created the universe according to a rational plan. Therefore, to understand the divine mind was to uncover the logical patterns embedded in the cosmos. Mathematics, then, was not merely a tool for calculation, it was a sacred language of order. And metaphysics, the study of being and existence, was its philosophical twin. Leibniz saw no contradiction in applying rigorous logic to the most abstract spiritual questions. He believed that through reason alone, one could prove the existence of God, the necessity of creation, and the perfection of the universe. To this end, he began developing ideas that would later become central to his thought: the concept of monads, the principle of sufficient reason, and pre-established harmony. But these grand metaphysical visions were always intertwined with the precision of mathematics. In his early 20s, Leibniz wrote treatises that attempted to formalize logic using symbolic methods. One of his most remarkable ideas was the Characteristica Universalis, a universal symbolic language that could express all human reasoning. He imagined a world in which complex philosophical arguments could be translated into symbols and then solved like algebraic equations. In such a system, disagreement would not
We're almost there. I can really feel it. The 5's about to overcome the potato. Will be. I mean, ideally, you'd probably eat every piece of raw potato magically. But then again, there's going to be sort of a tablature engraved on this. It's going to be like sort of like one of those videos where you see like the styrofoam, or you see the they use like the ramen noodles to seal stuff up. It's gonna be kind of like that, but like actually with I'm gonna teach you how to magically consecrate objects. Which objects I think are interesting. I mean, this has already been a thing for a long time, but for instance, the potato symbology there is, hey, potato, potato. I have my language, you have yours, and I'm actually better, but I would say potato, potato, potato. You know what? Potato, potato. It actually is both. And that's the whole idea, is that the language opens up. You can kind of choose which vowels in the cases of Y, and you have to watch the other video to understand. I'll put that in the description to understand the current language for it is Kabbalah, but we're getting rid of that term. We're getting rid of a lot of terms. Practitioner is gone. Occult is gone because it's no longer hidden. It's out in plain view for all to see. As I'm about to prove beyond a shadow of a doubt. So even that. So I guess now it's called woke. UO5. UO5, baby. UO5. You owe him. You can call him a him, you can call him a her. I don't know. I feel like 5 is more the masculine energy, the female is more the one. No, that's backwards, isn't it? Is it? Or are they both the same, basically? Are they both male and female? I think they're both androgynous. Is this fucking potato done yet? How many people have smoked out of a goddamn potato that they really care about and really took the time to think about? How many? Ever? What you don't understand is that it actually gives me a form of power of sort of a universal copyright system that exists, whether that kind of gets ingrained in my soul, you understand, that I discovered this potato connection, among other things. This potato connection is a weak sauce compared to everything else, but this is still symbolically dope, especially if I can get this nigga to light.
Are you done with Hollywood because of this specific reason?
I'm still working. I still, I haven't made the money necessary to do all of the other stuff. So I still have to go and do the chitlin circuit. I still have to do the job that I need to. But eventually, I've done what I set out to do, which was to redefine the universe. I've proven what I've set out to do, and that's why I have all the patents. Whether they evaluate it or not, that's up to them. But I've done the work and finished it. Now I can go on and do whatever else we need to do.
Are you done?
And that's why I have all the patents. Whether they evaluate it or not, that's up to them. But I've done the work and finished it. Now I can go on and do whatever else we need to do.
Are you done with Hollywood because of this specific reason?
Still.
The process is as follows. We have our whatchamacallit, our, said earlier, we have our walkie-talkie to Satan, right here. This is the Kabbalah of it. There's a simple, symbolic logic lesson that can be learned from the potato. This is not this is a rudimentary idea of that.
But there is a symbolically perfect way to cut this potato and to funnel it into a pipe. And the other thing, which is so incredible, dude, so fucking incredible. I'm excited to listen to Nick Fuentes right now. Hopefully he's on board with this, man. That Catholicism bullshit is just mind rot, and it makes people so afraid to die. And then they think that this is the only cure to that fear. No, why would nonsense be the cure to your existential fear? That's fucking lunacy. So look how perfectly, here, I'll even take it out to demonstrate. Well, I can do it this way easier. Look how perfectly it slides into this bitch. You see this? It's like I just found these two random things. I just keep finding things that fit. It's a snug, I don't know how snug it looks, but it's actually perfectly airtight with the glass pipe and then this plastic straw. So we have the alchemy of the glass and the plastic, which are very similar, and with they're similarly enigmatic as well. Then we combine that with one of the easiest, most simple to carve food sources. Put a 5 on and you can talk to Satan. Here's how it works. Yeah, so you guys can just keep being pussies or learn math and learn language and stop being dumb, I guess. We can just keep being pussies. No, you can't. I'm not going to allow it. We're going to save the world using my 18-letter alphabet. 50 ipsissimi that are going to be assisting me. I'm basically channeling my literature through them. They will be the standard bearers of my language that I've chosen and that I control. This is the Philosopher's Stone. You meld all the elements of language down into this structure. This is the structure behind all systems of symbolic logic. Forget the potato thing for now, because that's entirely separate. We're connecting like 6 different, not 6, it's probably going to be exactly 5, obviously. But like in Liber Chinook, where Crowley explains the system of Enochian, they had like these, I mean, I know exactly what it is, but I'm trying to think of the most technical new language to be speaking about this, because I'm reinventing everything as I fucking go. The whole realm of language has been abandoned, and literature, specific, like writing, I write 10 hours per day. This is all I'm gonna do till I die, and I've discovered that the more I just do what I want, the luckier I get. So there's a formula for hope there. Literally, the more you do what you want, the more you get what you want. To the extent that now, since I've mapped all this out, I think I could just go make money with this now. I think I could just go to a casino and just start kind of basing this symbol set off of things, and things might open up. That's how crazy it's gotten. I know it's annoying. I know it sucks to hear about for the first time, like math when it's all that gibberish and you don't get it. And you're like, man, this is stupid. How does this apply to life? Remember, we used to always say that, but the teachers were right. It applied in its own way. And this applies in a more direct way that's just simple
It's a simple process of arithmetic.
He seems to just be constantly like going different places and running everything.
Love to
Train
hear
gesture
that.
emoji.
Give it a try. I mean, what can you lose by trying? Just go and you'll see God is there.
Arbitrary name sent $11. Keaton Hadima next. Newton didn't invent calculus. Leibniz knew utopia was possible. If any religion were true, wouldn't they have had the characteristic universalis himself before me? Jesus Christ would have been the most forgiving person, ergo he would forgive you for not being sure if he existed. Stop fair.
That's retarded.
Patin Roy percent.
That's retarded.
Patin Roy percent.
Love to
Train
hear
gesture
that.
emoji.
Give it a try. I mean, what can you lose by trying? Just go and you'll see God is there.
Arbitrary name sent $11. Keaton Hadima next. Newton didn't invent calculus. Leibniz knew utopia was possible. If any religion were true, wouldn't they have had the characteristic universalis himself before me? Jesus Christ would have been the most forgiving person, ergo he would forgive you for not being sure if he existed. Stop fair.
Chapter 1 It. Gag in disgust at your own humanity.
You are as divine as the dust.
Reality has died.
God sprung from the embers.
Nothing exists, regardless of the fact that nothing exists. Math exists.
Love is a product of math. It is not just that love is in the consciousness. Consciousness is in the love.
Devoid of love, life would not be inclined to configure. God is the epitome of love.
It matters not if you postulate there is a God or don't. The term God is worn here as a name tag for the hive mind that we are all a segment of. Wielding math, love forges a holographic simulation. You will always be okay. You will always be safe. you are interacting with ourself.